Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Schools Regatta Series 4 in preparation for the Head of the River in 2 weeks' time. My name's David Freeman, and I'll be one of your commentators for this morning's program.
And my name's Greg Rosenbauer, and I'll be joining David this morning.
Beautiful conditions here down at West Lakes. Slight following breeze at the moment. And to begin with, we'd like to acknowledge country. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. So we're coming up to the first race on the program this morning, which is the Schoolboy's Year 8-9D Coxed Quad preliminary race. And the racing today is done in 2 sections, so some events will be preliminary because there's the correct number of crews, up to 8, so that they can be seeded for the Head of the River in 2 weeks' time. And the other events will be done in heats, so that the top 4 crews from each heat can go through to a final, and there will be an A final and a B final. So we'll keep you up to date on progression of all crews as we go through. And we're looking down now at the start, and we have an start in the first event containing 4 crews from St. Peter's College. So we're in lane 3, we've got Saints 1, in 4 is Saints 3, in 5 is Pembroke, in 6 St. Peter's College unnamed, and in 7 St. Peter's College number 2. So maybe it's their number 4 crew in lane 6. We can't see the race at the moment. It's looks like it's on the left of the screen. There we are. We've just picked up the event coming down. So leading the way at the moment would be the crew in lane 3, that's the St. Peter's number 1. And then going across the course to their, looks like their number 4 crew and their number 2 crew. And then a gap back to Pembroke. So these junior crews, Year 8s and 9s, all rowing in Coxed quads from 1,000 metres. And it'll be quite a testing day for a number of the crews, as they've had very limited practice, limited rowing. Possibly last weekend was the first time this year that they've been on the course. And this being the 4th series, Series 2 and 3 were cancelled due to COVID, and now it's the most important day to set your positions up ready for the Head of the River in 2 weeks' time. So I can't see the bow numbers at the moment, but it would appear that the St. Peter's crew in lane 6 is leading the way, maybe just slightly ahead of their crew in lane 3. And then a gap extending back to St Peter's crew in lane 7. It's their number 2 crew. And further back in the field is the crew from Pembroke School. So it is the number 1 crew leading the way, coming down to the last 50 metres. And as they approach the line, you can see that they've got a good 2 lengths over their crew on the outside, which I assume is their number 4 crew. And then a gap back to the number 2 crew. And a further gap back to the crew from Pembroke School. So no mishaps on the first event coming down, with the most inexperienced crews on the course, the Year 8-9D Coxed quads. And as I said before, this is just a preliminary row, getting them into the right lane order for the final, which will be rowed later in the program. But really ideal conditions down here. A nice sunny day, a bit of cloud around, but a following breeze coming down almost due south, pushing the crews along, and the water's not too lumpy, so we should have an excellent day's racing. So we're down to the start line this time for race 2.
Race 2 is the Schoolboy Year 8-9C Coxed Quad Preliminary. In lane 2 we have the crew from Adelaide High, lane 3 Pembroke School, lane 4 St Peter's College, lane 5 Scotch College, lane 6 Prince Alfred College, and in lane 7 we have Pulteney Grammar. From the 1,000 metre mark, and away they go. Looks to be a pretty even start, all away well. There is some reports the wind may get up a bit later, so fingers crossed it stays as is, because as David was saying, it at the moment is a pretty nice day for rowing. Looks like it might be the Prince Alfred crew in lane 6 that's heading the way at the moment from St Peter's in lane 4. And Pulteney looks like they're up close to the lead as well. So yes, those 3 crews, Pulteney, PAC and St Peter's, look to be fighting this one out, with Scotch behind them, and then Pembroke and Adelaide High by the looks of it. I can't see the Adelaide High crew at the moment. As they come into our view now, it looks like St. Peter's have taken what looks to be quite a comfortable lead. Ahead of PAC and Pulteney behind them. They really look to be rowing well, this Saints crew, and clearing out now to... It's always difficult from this angle, but what appears to be at least a boat, maybe 2 boat length lead. As they come up 100 metres from the finish line, it looks like St. Peter's from PAC, then Pulteney, back to Pembroke in 4th, and then Adelaide High School, and is that, there may have been, oh sorry, that looks like probably Scotch in 4th, is it? And then back to, maybe Pembroke have had a bit of an issue there. Have been caught behind on this one, and so there's actually a Adelaide High coming up to Scotch now for that 4th position. This will be quite close on the line.
Yes, I think you're right. The Pembroke crew had to get going again about halfway down the course. So
okay, yeah.
Might have had a minor incident.
So just this Scotch and Adelaide High crews approaching the line now, and oh, very close finish, but I think Scotch has just got there, have they?
Yes, I think Scotch got there, just ahead of Adelaide.
So that was a pretty comprehensive win by the St. Peter's College boat. And next up we have the B preliminary.
Okay, next race coming down is race 3, which is the first heat of the B division for Year 8-9 Coxed quads. And in this race we have Unley High in lane 3, Adelaide High in 4, Christian Brothers in 5, Pembroke in 6, and Scotch College out in lane 7. So we should have 5 crews coming down, and that's what we can see. Leading 3 crews, probably on the outside, would be Scotch. They look like they're leading Pembroke on their inside, and then across down to lane 3 would be Unley High School. And then a gap back to Adelaide High and Christian Brothers. But Scotch doing it very well on the outside in lane 7. And they're increasing their lead the further the race goes on. The crew's certainly got it all together and moving their boat along quite nicely. And they've got about a 3 or 4 length gap back to Pembroke, and then across on this side of the course to Unley High. So for the race for the second place between Unley and Pembroke, and certainly nothing between these two. Unley may have a slight advantage at the moment, so come down with about 100 metres still to travel. But it's going to be a win to Scotch as they come down and cross over the line. This will be followed by Pembroke and Unley High School together. think Pembroke may have just snuck in ahead of Unley, followed by Adelaide, and then Christian Brothers. So about a further 50 metres back down the course at the moment. So the first three crews are going to go through to the final race, which is race 29 in the program. So the first three, from our observation, would be Scotch, Pembroke and Unley High. The rest will go through to the B final, which will be race 28.
Just before we head into race 4, just a quick shout out to one of our Rowing SA sponsors, to Low Farms. Low Farms is proudly family owned and located 20 minutes north of Gawler, producing premium hay, grain and straw, and grown on the Adelaide Plains. So please, if you can, support our sponsors with Low Farms. Okay, race 4 here is the Schoolboy Year 8-9B Coxed Quad Heat 2. Once again, the first 3 will progress through to the A final. In lane 3, we have Nord Morialta High. Lane 4 is St Peter's College. Lane 5, Pulteney Grammar. And in lane 6 is PAC. At the 1,000 metre mark. Starter's got them under a bit of a hold.
Good morning, everybody, to the West Lakes for the School Premiership Series Round 4. We're now allowed to broadcast across the neighbourhood for everybody here. We've been broadcasting on YouTube for the last couple of races, going live, but now we're tuned into the course itself. So welcome everybody to school rowing, the first time this year for Series 4. And I know you know how important it is for today's races to sort out crews for the head of the river in 2 weeks. And the racing today of the finals will be sorting out the seeding for those races. And today's hosting school is Loretto, and they are providing some of the sponsors. Also remind you that souvenirs coming up for the head of the river are available to be ordered or purchased down next to Loretto, and it looks like it's the Walford tent. Walford looking after souvenirs this year for all of the schools.
Looks like we have a start now in race 4, the Schoolboy Year 8-9B Coxed Quad. Once again, the top 3 crews to go through to the final. And it looks like all 4 boats are away. The early leaders appear to be the Prince Alfred crew. Are we missing Pulteney? at this stage it looks like lane 5 might be vacant, which was supposed to be taken up by the Pulteney crew. 300 metres into the race, the Prince Alfred crew seem to be off to an early lead, followed by St Peter's and Nord Moriata quite close to each other. Don't forget to follow Rowing SA on Instagram, and you can get all of your regatta updates, links and highlights. That's updated regularly. And yes, PAC are certainly well out in front here, appear to be rowing well, followed by St Peter's in second and Nord Moriata back in third. And just repeating, it looks like, unfortunately, we don't have the Pulteney crew in this race. As they come down with about 300 metres to go, and this PAC crew appear to be rowing really well. They've got the boat moving very well on the water, and they are well out in front. St Peter's look like they've got second place sewn up, and I don't know if the Nord Moriata high crew might have had a bit of an issue there. They've just fallen back behind a bit. But they will finish third regardless and qualify for that final. So as they come down to the line now, the PAC crew are powering over the line. Great race by them. St Peter's probably 6 or 7 boat lengths behind them, and then back down to the Nord Moriata crew. As previously mentioned, today's regatta is being hosted by Loretto College, who would like to acknowledge some of their great sponsors: Halpin Wealth, the Robin Hood Hotel, Thomas Foods, Hydro Seeding Australia, and Bickford's Vale Ale.
So the next race on the program is race 5. We're into the A division of the Year 8-9 Coxed Quads. And it's Heat 1 coming down with Prince Alfred College in lane 3. In lane 2, Unley High. Lane 4, Unley High. Lane 5, Pulteney Grammar. Lane 6, Nord Moriata. And in lane 7 is Adelaide High School. And the early leader through 500 metres is Prince Alfred College. They've got a couple of lengths on the 2 crews on their outside, which are Unley and Pulteney, and then a gap of a couple of lengths back to Nord Moriata and Adelaide High School. But Prince is doing it very well out in front and steadily increasing their lead as they come down to the beach, as we call it, the first stretch of sand, and they're approaching the red buoys, which indicate they've got 250 metres to travel. So Prince is well out in front. A good race for second between the next 2 schools, Unley High and Pulteney, and very little separating those 2 at the moment. So again, the first 3 going to the A final, so it looks like those three crews will get through, barring incidents. And then we go back to the battle for 4th and 5th between Nord Moriata High School and Adelaide High School. But coming down to the finish line, about 50 metres to travel, and it's going to be a win to Prince Alfred College. Looks like Pulteney Grammar have just got their boat ahead of Unley. So Pulteney are going to go down to the line, and they're about a length in front of Unley High School. And then there's a gap back to Nord Moriata and Adelaide High. And it looks like 4th position will go to Nord Moriata, followed by Adelaide High in 5th. So that was the first heat of the Schoolboy Year 9A quads. And now we progress through to the second heat, and those crews are lined up at the start.
Okay, so race 6 on the program today is the Schoolboy Year 8-9A Coxed Quad Heat 2. First 3 through to the final. In lane 3 we have Scotch College, lane 4 CBC, lane 5 St Peter's, lane 6 St Ignatius, and in lane 7 we have Pembroke. They're still under the starters' orders at the 1,000 metre mark. With this win today, it'd be tricky for these crews to get in a line that the starter's happy with, but he seems happy now because they're away. Looks like Pembroke out in lane 7 have had a good start, as well as St Peter's in lane 5. Looks like Scotch are currently in 3rd, closely followed by CBC in lane 4 and St Ignatius not too far behind them over there in lane 6. Looks to be a good battle here early between Scotch in lane 3 and St Peter's in lane 5. They look pretty head to head as they approach the 500 metre mark, halfway down the course. And Pembroke over in lane 7 also look to be rowing well and in contention in this race. Behind them, Christian Brothers College and St Ignatius are very close as well. Difficult to pick out which one of those is in 4th. With 400 metres to go, it looks like St Peter's are in the lead now, but certainly Scotch College aren't letting them have it all their own way. They are competing really well, and Pembroke is still up there with them as well. They're approaching the beach now, and it's a ding-dong battle here between Scotch and St. Peter's. Potentially St. Peter's just in front here, but Scotch coming at them. $100 metres to the line now. And these boats are neck and neck. And I think it's Scotch that have just pulled in front at the end there and are going to take this one out. With St. Peter's coming in second. Pembroke third. And then it looks like Christian Brothers College and then St. Ignatius following them in. Great effort by the Scotch crew there, who really reeled in the Saints crew as over the last 200 metres and got the chocolates. Time now to just acknowledge one of our other rowing SA sponsors, the Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. No matter what the season, even if it's cold or windy outside, Largs Bay Swim Centre specialise in teaching children to swim in their beautiful 25-metre heated swimming pool. You can swim in comfort, indoor environment all year round. The Seaton Swim Centre offers a wide variety of swim classes, including lessons for children and adults, fitness, aquarobics and squad training. So get yourself down to Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres. They are great supporters of rowing in South Australia.
So we're moving on to race 7 of the program, the Schoolgirl Year 8-9D Coxed Quad. Looks like we've got a full complement here. Lane 2, Scotch College. Lane 3, Pembroke. Lane 4, Wilderness School 1. Lane 5, we have another Scotch crew without a grading. And lane 6, which may be empty, is a second Wilderness crew. And lane 7 with Seymour, and lane 8 with another Wilderness crew. Yeah, so the Wilderness crew in lane 6 have been scratched. So you'll see a gap to the left of the screen. Pretty good conditions here today. Wind's not too strong. Might be a bit trickier later on for the more senior guys. But for the little guys today, it's so far so good. And the Scotch crew appear to have a little bit of a malfunction in lane 5. Must be tricky for these guys that are really only having their first hit out today after COVID restrictions and all. Building up to the head of the river in 2 weeks' time, and then for the bigger kids, nationals at the end of March, early April. So I think lane 2, 3 and 4 and lane 8 probably leading so far with about 400 to 500 to go. Probably lane 4 and lane 8, the two Wilderness crews with Seymour and Scotch coming in behind. And as they come past the dedicated volunteers from the Surf Lifesaving Association, the Wilderness crew in lane 8. Oh, I've just caught a crab. I'm sorry, I put the mockers on them. Had a malfunction. So that's opened it right up now. Seymour and Wilderness and Scotch having a ding-dong battle. A resilience building exercise, I'm sure, for those girls in lane 8. So Wilderness in lane 8. No, sorry. Seymour in lane 7. I apologise. Look to have this race stitched up. With, is that Scotch? The sun's really proving difficult here. So that's a preliminary race, not a heat per se.
So our next race due to start at 9:20, 1,000 metres. The Schoolgirl Year 8-9C Coxed Quads. It's another preliminary race. Time's going to be all important for positions and seedings come head of the river. We've got 5 crews listed in this race. In lane 3, the Seymour College crew. Lane 4, we have Wolford. Wildy in lane 5. Pembroke lane 6 and Scotch College in lane 7. Looks like the wind's just starting to pick up a little bit here. Now it's going to be tough for some of these younger crews to hold their position on that 1,000 metre start points, but they are all away well now, it appears. It appears all 5 crews are racing and have got off to a good start. Scotch College out in lane 7 seem to be the early pace setters. Behind them it looks like all the way over in lane 3, Seymour College in second, followed by Wilderness in the centre of the lake in lane 5. Then Pembroke and maybe Wolford coming just behind them. This wind that is expected to get up to 35 to 40 kilometres per hour today does fortunately appear to be coming from the south, so should be helping the girls get down the lake today, although it is providing a bit of chop, which perhaps balances out that advantage the wind may be giving them.
It's probably hardest for these younger guys keeping the Coxes in a straight line more than anything else. The senior guys probably can cope with it, but the wind probably blows everyone all together.
Yeah. So they're coming up to the 500 metre point now, and we've got a couple of crews that appear to have stamped their authority in this race, and that's the Wilderness crew in lane 5 and the Scotch crew out in lane 7. Behind them, Pembroke's putting up a really good showing in lane 6. Back to Wolford. They may have had a bit of an issue. Wolford, they've just fallen behind a bit, and Seymour still really pushing that Pembroke crew for third at this stage. But out in front, it certainly seems like this is a race in 2 now between Scotch and Wilderness. In lanes Wilderness in lane 5 and Scotch in lane 7, they'd be certainly aware of each other out front at the moment. Perhaps the Wilderness crew just pushing ahead here. With 100 metres to go, it's Wilderness by roughly a boat length over the Scotch crew, with Pembroke have got themselves up into third now. Seymour fourth, and it does appear something's happened to the Wolford boat because they have fallen behind and really just rowing to get to the finish line. So
it's a bit tricky for us here in the position where the sun is stopping us being able to see the finish line clearly. You probably have a better picture of it on the screen at home.
But yes, it's been confirmed that Wilderness have won that by a length over Scotch. So congratulations to the Wilderness crew. And Pembroke coming in third.
It's great to see a big crowd of people out here today, probably more than last weekend for the state championships. So it's wonderful to have people slowly coming back to community events and support these kind of events. So we're moving to race 9, the Schoolgirl Year 8 9B Coxed Quad. This is Heat 1, with the first 3 progressing to the A final in race 35, and 4 and 5 progressing to the B final, being race 34. So 5 crews, is it? Yeah. So lane 3 is Warford, 4 Pembroke, 5 Scotch, always easy to spot in their bright yellow, 6 Unley High, and 7 St Peter's Girls. So the Unley High crew of Shanks, Herath, 12 Tree, Griffiths and Emerson has appears to be just in front of the Scotch crew of Mackenzie, Webb, Raff, Comerford and Jeffries, with about 300 to go. Only pulling through, slightly longer strokes than the Scotch crew. Probably really realising just how far 1,000 metres is at race pace. I think the next divisions are Year 7s and 8s, which will be fantastic. Their first, probably knockout, first competitive events. So it is Unley have pulled away over Scotch. Boat length, 1.5 boat lengths it would appear. And Warford, I think, coming in third, progressing to the A final. Pembroke, sorry. My apologies to the Pembroke crew and their supportive parents.
Okay, so brings us up to race 10 on the today's regatta, which is the second of our heats for the Schoolgirl Year 8-9 Coxed quads. Once again, first three from this race will head into the final later today. In lane 3 we have Seymour College, lane 4 Wilderness, lane 5 Pulteney Grammar, and lane 6 is Nord Morialta. They all look to have got away cleanly here. Looks like Wilderness are our early pace setters, with Seymour close behind them. So yes, it appears to be Wilderness at this stage from Seymour, and then we go across to lane 6 where Nord Morialta appear to be just slightly ahead of Pulteney, but a pretty close race early this one. A little bit of chop starting to form on the lake as this wind gets up. Approaching the 500 metre mark now, and the Wilderness and Seymour crews are battling it out in the front here. The Wilderness crew consisting of Lou, Carrick, Powers, Newton, and Andre is their Cox. And as they approach the beach, certainly this Wilderness crew has now cleared out to a very handy lead. Looks to be 2 or 3 boat lengths over Seymour, and a really good battle for third in that all-important final position between Pulteney and Nord Morialta. Up to the 250 mark now, and this Seymour crew look to be doing it easily. Nice balanced long. And it's Wilderness with about 100 metres to go who are going to win this race by 6 or 7 lengths over Seymour. And it's still neck and neck for that third position between Pulteney and Nord Morialta High. Wilderness coming down now to salute the judges. They will progress to the final later today. Seymour will be joining them. And there's a real push between these final crews here, but it looks like Pulteney may have just got ahead of this Nord Morialta crew. It's about a boat length in it now. And Pulteney will come in third and also progress to that final later in the program. Seems an appropriate moment to just mention another one of our Rowing SA sponsors, Fulham Funerals. Fulham Funerals believe honouring the life of your loved one is about the relationship you shared. Their experience combined with attention to detail in making all necessary arrangements means you can pay special tribute to your loved one. Regardless of culture or faith, these tributes permit you to grieve, love, laugh and begin to live again. So that's Fulham Funerals, another great sponsor of Rowing SA.
So the next race on the card is race 11, the beginning of the 2A, Year 9-8A girls heats. First 4 progressing to the A final, race 37, with 5 and 6 progressing to the B final. It's just getting them organised. So 6 boats in this race. Pulteney in lane 2, Scotch in lane 3, Seymour in lane 4, Norwood Morialta High in lane 5, St Ignatius in lane 6, and Loreto Marrittville in lane 7. We make the distinction with Loreto Marrittville as opposed to Loreto Toorak, Normanhurst, or any of the other Loreto schools across the country. It's a group of about 7 or 8 colleges across Australia and the world. So the girls get to experience a nationwide and international perspective on education. And I would like to mention that the Colangelo family and Build, BYLD, have sponsored these next 2 races. BYLD, all your needs. Quite a tight race, probably as they're coming just up to the halfway mark. Could throw a blanket over the top 4, I would think, Greg. Build is a privately owned South Australian company with more than 3 decades of experience in construction. They pride themselves in their ability to craft a quality product for clients and in always endeavouring to exceed clients' expectations. byld.com.au. So Scotch in lane 3, and is that Norwood Morialta in lane 5? Probably just out in front. And Seymour easily with 3rd wrapped up. And then probably a race between Pulteney and St Ignatius for that 4th spot for the final, I think. So Scotch and Norwood just easing back now as they recognise they've got their final position wrapped up. Scotch just on the finish line. Naish, Arundel, Hogburn, Revel and Smith. I think St Ignatius have got that 4th spot wrapped up.
Right, back to the racing as the wind picks up down here at West Lakes. It's getting quite breezy. There's a bit of weather's flowing through. Seen on the radar there are showers going down or going up the Gulf. But it's not raining here at the moment. So we come down to race 12, which is the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8-9A division. We've got in lane 2 Adelaide High, in lane 3 St Peter's Girls, lane 4 Unley High, lane 5 Wilderness School, lane 6 Pembroke School, and in lane 7 Walford. It's fairly close racing at the moment as they come to the 500 metre mark. And they go past the hotel, and early leaders are in the middle of the course. Looks like possibly Pembroke Wilderness. Yeah, I think it's Wilderness out in front of Pembroke, followed then by Unley. And a gap to the outside crew, which is Walford. And then back down to St Peter's Girls. And we don't appear to have, oh yes we do, Adelaide High are a long way back. And I'm not sure that they've got 3 girls rowing at the moment. They may have had a problem. So with about 300 to go now, sitting out in the middle of the field is the crew from Wilderness, building a very good lead over Unley High on their inside and Pembroke on their outside. So the short gap back to then Walford on the out in lane 7, and then St Peter's Girls. So first 4 go through. So the first 3 are sewn up. It's just a race between Walford now and Saints Girls for that 4th position in the final. But out in front, Wilderness doing it really well. Stroking together, going nice and long, nice and clean, very little splash. Have lifted up their rating and are powering away. Unley also going along nicely in 2nd. Then across to Pembroke. They're a little untidy, but we'll get through into 3rd place. And a great battle here for the 4th, and it looks like it's going to be Saints Girls, who may have just nipped in front of Walford. So going down to the line, it's going to be, yes, Saints Girls take 4th and Walford will be 5th. The 6th crew is only has 2, now 3. So their bow is not rowing at the moment. They've obviously had a problem. So they'll take a while to get back in. So that was concluding race 12, the 2nd heat. So it's going to be Saints Girls, Unley, Wilderness and Pembroke who go through to the A final. Which leads us up to race 13, the Schoolboys. Starting out with the juniors, the year 7-8 Division D Coxed quads, and they've got 2 divisions. The first division coming down in race 13 is St Peter's College number 5 in lane 3, Prince Alfred in lane 4, St Peter's number 3 and 5, Unley High in lane 6, and St Peter's College number 2 in lane 7. So Saints very well represented, having 5 crews in the D division. Shows the depth of the club. So it's past the 500 metres, with about 400 to travel, and it would be Prince Alfred College from lane 4 leading the way just from St Peter's on their outside. So it looks like it's Prince's leading the way. Then on the outside in lane 5 is the St Peter's crew. Nothing much between these two. They're going to fight it out for the first place. And they've developed quite a big gap back to the rest of the field, which is made up of 2 more Saints crews. It's actually 1 more Saints crew, and of course Unley High School out in lane 6. Looks like Saints had a bit of a problem there for a while, and Princes have flown past them. And they're easily going to take out, as long as they can keep it together, this first division of the year 7 and 8 Ds for Schoolboys. Princes have got their boat cranking again, and so have Saints. this tailwind's made it a little choppy out there for the crews. So Prince's across the line in first place. Saints go across in second. So the next St. Peter's crew coming down to the line, and that will be followed by Unley High School.
So next race, race 14, the Division 2 of the 7-8D boys Coxed Quad. Just realising this is probably the first time these guys have raced since November.
Yes.
So, it's been a bit of a gap for them. So,
and they wouldn't have been able to train too much either.
But great to see them all out here, regardless. There's going to be a few hits and misses, a few bumps along the way, but I think wonderful to have everyone out competing.
Oh, they're going to enjoy themselves this morning regardless.
Yeah. It's probably worth reminding everyone that we do have a request from Rowing SA for there to be one parent per competitor this morning. We are approaching our COVID capacity currently in existence. So if there are two parents here keen to see their children, we'd love to see one of them either jump into the car and listen to us online or head home to jump onto this live stream. Don't want to be breaching SA Health's guidelines this close to the head of the river as we're trying to have a bigger crowd and hopefully less restrictions. So race 14, we have 4 crews, it looks, or 5.
4.
Definitely Scotch in lane 5. Someone's snuck into lane 7 on it. That's not on the program. We'll have to figure out who that is. If it's the case, we've got Norwood in lane 3, England, Cunningham Brown, Blackaby, England, McInerney, Madden, and as the Cox. In lane 4, St. Peter's College 4, Foreman, Lloyd, Chima, Casenza, and Stratton. In lane 5, Scotch of Stewart, Fletcher, Marquardt, Bales, and Casey. And lane 6, St. Peter's College 1, Cross, Guarani, Hoadley, Moang, and Scousey. I do apologise if I have incorrectly pronounced any of those names. And Greg, have you got a view on who's in lane 7? Sorry, David. We've got Pembroke in lane 7. Looks like the Scotch crew and approaching the 250. Scotch have clear water. The crew of Stewart, Fletcher, Marquardt, Bales, and Casey. they'll get a taste for racing out of this. So their parents better get used to some early mornings for the next 5 years. Nord Morialta composite in lane 7. We do apologise. It's just not on our program for those of you at home on the live stream, so it's a bit hard to tell. Anyway, good win by Scotch.
So we come down to race 15, the C division for schoolboys years 7 and 8, and we should have 5 crews coming down. Which is Prince Alfred College in 3, Scotch in 4, Unley in 5, St Peter's in 6, and Nord Morialta in 7.
Looks like Scotch have had a problem off the start line.
Yes, because they're not there. And there's a Saints crew rowing back in lane 0. It could have been from the last race. Anyway, continuing on with the broadcast, coming down into the 250 mark, and it's Prince Alfred College leading the way at the moment.
Do you think that PAC boat's at a weight disadvantage with the size of that, Cox?
Yes, it's, I would say, not too many coxswains have beards, but so it's going to be Prince's come down in first. Second will be St Peter's. Followed by the crew from Unley High School, sitting in 3rd place, and way out on the far side in lane 7 is the Nord Morialta crew. They're struggling because they've only got 3 rowers. Their bow has stopped, so it's going to take them a while to get through. And the St Peter's crew from the last race just coming down across the line. Looks like they lost their stroke, so that slowed them down considerably. So remembering that these are the junior crews, year 7 and 8, and as mentioned before, they've had almost no training since last year. certainly not much opportunity to go racing. So we've come down to race 16, and looks like we've got 7 crews coming down this time for the B division. So I think if we look back to the start, we can see the crews just lining up. It makes it a little difficult if there's a bit of a tail breeze blowing crews across the line. So the starters do a brilliant job up there, and it looks like they're almost ready to go. See a number of crews just touching up. So in this race we've got Prince Alfred College in lane 2, Nord Moriata in 3, Pembroke in 4, Christian Brothers in 5, Unley High in 6, Scotch in 7, and St Peter's College in lane 8. So there should be 7 crews, and they're still doing some touch-ups, trying to get everybody aligned.
Whilst we're waiting for them, we just might again give a big thanks to Hydra Seeding Australia, a sponsor for today. The prevention is the key to combating soil erosion. Hydra Seeding services include soil and water testing, dust suppression, site preparation, erosion control, dam sealing, oversowing, revegetation, dam flocking, fertilising, irrigation design and installation. So if you've got a reseeding and irrigation or a cloudy water situation, Hydra Seeding Australia are the people you need to speak to.
Can we get one screen with the start up here? Is that possible?
We just can't see quite from our position here, all the boats with the trees in the way. So,
But yes, they're still trying to get the crews lined up. I noticed some of them have had to back up a bit, so they must be drifting down.
probably a good time to mention the Robin Hood. Wonderful place for functions. Watch the footy season. Watch the footy as the season starts in the beer garden. Big screen. Great for a piece of steak with your friends now that the restrictions are relaxing. Quite close to the city. The Robin Hood, a wonderful spot for all of your social and relaxation. So again, looks like we have a start then in race 16.
Yeah, certainly does at last.
The 7-8B Coxed Quad. Lanes 2 out to 8.
It looks like the starter got all crews away. So again, we've got Prince Alfred College in lane 2, Nord Moriata in 3, Pembroke in 4, Christian Brothers in 5, Unley High in 6, Scotch College in 7, and St Peter's College in lane 8. And I would say the two early leaders are from lane 2 and 7. So it looks like Princes and Scotch have got away the best of the field. So it may be Scotch leading the way out in lane 7. It's hard to tell at the moment whether Princes are behind them, but certainly Princes ahead of the other lanes, and it's really a two-boat race as they come down past 500 metres between Princes and Scotch. Then a gap back to third place would be St Peter's out in lane 8. Followed by Christian Brothers in the middle of the course. Unley High School. Then Nord Moriata and Pembroke. Down to the rocks at the beginning of the beach, and clearly Scotch leading the way out in lane 7. Really powering it away. Princes trying to chase them, but they're down here in lane 2, so separated by the whole width of the course. But Princes certainly haven't given up, putting everything into it in this B division of the year 7 and 8s. But Scotch moving along quite nicely, in control of their rowing. Probably going a little bit short, but keeping it together. Whereas Prince Alfred are rowing quite long for 7s and 8s, throwing everything they've got in it. So going down to the line, and it's going to be Scotch who go across the line. BAC go through in second, and then on the outside will be St Peter's. And quite a big gap back to the rest of the field. And we've had a capsize. Only 50 metres to go, and someone's gone for a swim. The umpires' boats are on it quickly, and the rescue boat is coming down very, very fast to make sure everyone's okay. I'm not sure which crew it is at the moment. And looks like they're in lane 3.
Okay, so the next race, 17 on the roster, is the Schoolboy Year 7-8A Coxed Quad, Division 1. We're down to have 5 starters in this. On lane 3, we've got CBC, lane 4, St. Iggy's, lane 5, Unley High, lane 6, St. Peter's, and in lane 7, Adelaide High. Over 1,000 metres.
Right there.
Probably the first time, particularly the Year 7s, have raced in a regatta.
Doesn't look like Adelaide High started.
Okay, it looks like we may be missing Adelaide High in this one. Yep, I can only see 3 boats.
And Saints are a long way in front.
They certainly are. So we've got the St. Peter's boat out by half the lake at this stage. 15, 20 lengths. And they've got about 200 to go. Behind them, it looks like it's maybe CBC. Yeah. CBC in the 3rd lane.
Only had a big shipwreck, so they've slowed down back to 3rd.
And then it's just a bit tricky to tell from this angle. It looks like Unley High it is coming in 3rd, and then St. Ignatius back in 4th. But the St. Peter's crew are powering to the line now. They've won this and then some. CBC look like they're holding 2nd comfortably. Unley High in 3rd, and St. Ignatius back there in 4th. Here come the CBC crew up to the line. Look as if they're finishing off nicely, as do Unley High. Great for these younger boys to get on the lake today. I'm sure they will have enjoyed their hit out. And they'll be followed in by St. Ignatius. So that St. Peter's crew of Emerson Cooper, Will Barrera, Lockie McKenna, Jack Hollington, and their Cox was Harry Binns. Harry Binns of the Binns family, who own the Robin Hood Hotel, who we've been talking about today, encouraging you to get along and support as one of the main sponsors of today's racing.
And it looks like the Pembroke crew were rescued safely, and now it's the job of the officials to try and get the Pembroke boat out of the way.
just before the boats come down for our next race, time to acknowledge another one of the great sponsors here today, and that is Halpin Wealth. So Halpin Wealth have been around since 1972 and one of the largest financial firms here in Adelaide. Represented here today by Michael Smith. Halpin Wealth is your trusted lifeline partner in growing, managing and protecting your wealth. They've got a cracker team of highly qualified advisors offering innovative solutions to achieve your wealth goals, your wealth freedom and your wealth security. That's Halpin Wealth. They've got offices here in Adelaide, of course, and also up in Darwin. If you can really support our sponsors here today and look them up, I'm sure they will. I'm sure you'll be very happy that you did, and they'll give you some great support.
Now, can I remind everybody that we are under COVID conditions here today, which means one parent per competitor. If there are 2 or more parents per competitor, they must leave the course. That is, they could go further down to the 1,000-metre mark or go home and watch it on live streaming. But we do have to conform to the conditions in order to be able to run this regatta and ensure that the head of the river will be successful in 2 weeks' time. So arrangements are 1 parent per competitor. And could you please adhere to that this morning? Thank you. So that brings us to race 18, the second division of the Schoolboy Year 7-8 A division. And we should have 4 boats coming down, which I can see just going past the hotel, so they've done 500 metres. And it looks like Scotch leading the way from lane 3. Prince Alfred College would be second in lane 5. Pembroke would be third in lane 6, and Nord Moriarty currently in 4th in lane 4. So still a good race developing here between Scotch and Prince Alfred College. Not much between those 2 boats. Just a slight gap back then to Pembroke on their outside. So these crews handling conditions quite well. Reasonably neat racing at the moment. And Scotch realise they've got to put a bit of an effort in now as Princes close up on them. It'll be less than a boat length. In fact, they're almost side by side as they get to the Red Buoys, telling us they've got 250 metres to travel. And Princes really upping their rating at the moment to get online with Scotch, and Scotch realise that they've got a problem with Princes on their outside. Are also lifting. 100 metres to go, and this is really going to be a close finish. It's probably Scotch by a canvas at the moment as we come down to the line. And Scotch have managed to squeak it in by a couple of seats, so basically half a boat length Scotch across the line. Prince Alfred College go through in second place. That'll be followed by Pembroke, who come up to the line now, and then Nord Moriarty coming through to complete the event, which is 18, the second division of Schoolboy Year 7-8s in the A's. And now it's the girls' time. So we've got a number of Year 7, 8 schoolgirl races for Coxed Quad and a number of divisions.
So race 19 on the cards is the Schoolgirl Year 7, 8 D Coxed Quad, and this is a Division 1 race. We've got 6 starters here, multiple boats from Wilderness. So in lane 2 we've got Wilderness 4 boats. In lane 3 we've got the first of the Wilderness boats. In lane 4 Scotch. In lane 5 Wolford. Lane 6 Wilderness 5. And in lane 7 Seymour. They're just approaching the hotel now. Let's count them off. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 crews. Okay, it appears that we may have had a couple of non-starters in this race. So we've got, looks like we've got the Wilderness. I'm thinking that's the number 1 crew in lane 3. Yep. And Scotch are back in 4th in lane 4, or is that Wolford? That might be Wolford, is it?
No, that's Scotch.
The Wilderness crew in lane 6 are well out in front at the moment, and Seymour in lane 7 appear to have currently stopped.
So there's no Wolford crew.
Okay, so it appears we've got this Wilderness crew numbered 5 in lane 6 who are well and truly ahead here. They are powering out to a 4-5 boat lead over another Wilderness boat, which I believe may be Wilderness 1. And then we have Scotch and the Seymour boat have got going again now. But they are down to 2 rowers by the looks of it. So they've obviously had some sort of mechanical incident there, which is a shame for the girls. These are Year 7, 8, so for a lot of them again it'll be their first time competing in a regatta. They'll no doubt learn from this and be back bigger and stronger next time. But this Wilderness crew in lane 6, they're certainly they're hitting the line now. They've rowed really well and they've won this race. We've got another Wilderness crew about to cross the line now in lane 3. Scotch College in lane 4 look like they're going to come 3rd, and the Seymour crew, who, as mentioned, look as if they've had some mechanical issues, they'll come in 4th. So Seymour, Scotch, sorry, Wilderness, Scotch, Seymour for that Schoolgirl Year 7, 8 Cox Quad. One of the trickier things for these younger girls in particular is going to be this 1,000-metre start today with the wind starting to get up. Yeah. Time now to mention one of our other sponsors. Days like this don't happen without our sponsors, so we're of course very grateful. Thomas Foods, one of South Australia's most successful companies on a global scale. Darren Thomas and his team. I went online recently, ordered some nice pork ribs, smoked them up over 10 hours, delivered to my office on ice, easy as can be, and there was no complaints, I can let you know that for sure.
I'm not surprised.
So Thomas Foods, great South Australian company.
Is that 20? No. It's 20, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, yeah, race 20.
So race 20 is underway, coming down past the hotel. They've got about 400 to travel. Looks like we're missing a couple of crews. So we've got Walford out in lane 3, then Wilderness in lane 4, and we don't have Saints Girls, and we don't have the second Wilderness crew. So it looks like 2 Walford crews. So through the red boys and 200 to travel, and it's the crew on the outside, which would be the Walford number 1 crew, fighting it out with Wilderness, who are pushing hard, and this is going to be a very close finish as Walford have got really scrappy and lost a few good strokes there, and then a gap back to the second Walford crew. So into the last 20 metres, and
It's Wilderness.
looks looks like Wilderness may have just snuck in front in those last few strokes. So I'll have to wait and see what the judges say, but we think maybe Wilderness crossed the line just ahead of Walford, and then the second Walford cruise just crossed in third position. And the next event is underway. That's 21, which is the C division for schoolgirls, and we should have 7 crews coming down. Scotch in 2, Pembroke in 3, Walford in 4, St Peter's Girls in 5, Wilderness in 6, Seymour College in 7, and Unley High in lane 8.
And indeed, it does look like all 7 crews have made it to the start line, and they are approaching the hotel now, which means they've got roughly 500 metres to go. Prominent crews at this stage appear to be Scotch in lane 2, the Walford crew in lane 4. We head a bit further across the lake to Wilderness in lane 6 and Seymour in lane 7. Those 4 crews seem to be the ones that are going to battle out the places here, the first 3 places here. The Wilderness crew in lane 6 appear to be ahead with about 400 metres to go. They're stretched out across the lake here, so a little difficult to tell, but certainly Wilderness in the lead, with Seymour and Walford look like they're going to be battling it out for second. And then the Scotch crew over here in lane 2 are putting in a good showing as well. Behind them, back in 5th, it looks like Unley High. Then maybe Pembroke, and then St Peter's Girls. But with 150 to go, it is this Wilderness crew who have established a good lead. Although Walford are coming at them now. It's going to be closer than it looked like it was going to be a couple of 100 metres ago. And Seymour not far behind that in 3rd. But as they hit the line, a good win by Wilderness. Close for second between Walford and Seymour. We'll have to get the official word from the judges, but it looked to me like Walford just held off a flying Seymour at the end there.
Scotch.
And then we've got Scotch over in lane 8. It looks like Unley High.
Yes.
And that would leave St Peter's Girls, who look as if they're down to 3 girls rowing there, so likely have had some sort of equipment fault, which has seen them fall behind the rest of the field. So the winning crew from Wilderness there of Zali Detmold Cox, Amelia Adam, Isabel Flowers, Lily Nichols, and they were coxed by Bridge Williams. So congratulations to the Wilderness crew there.
Four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, they're all here. So back on the course to race 22. This is the B division of the girls' 7s and 8s. And there are 2 races. This is the first, the Division 1, coming down with Wilderness in 3, Unley in 4, Pembroke in 5, Walford in 6, Nord Moriata in 7, and it looks like Wilderness just ahead of Walford. With Pembroke sitting in 3rd place, 3 to 4 lengths further back, followed by Unley High and Nord Moriata. So it's really a boat race in 2, this one, with Wilderness leading Walford. They've got a good length on them as they come down to the 250 mark. That's the Wilderness crew of Molly Thompson, Jessica Felstead, Anastasia McMullen, Millicent Wilson and Ella Smart as the Cox, leading the way to the Walford crew by about a length, with Walford having Amelia Vicelli, Eloise Bagot, Charlotte Matthews, Allegra Prince and Stephanie Burns as their Cox. So coming down the line, it's going to be Wilderness who take out the 1st division of the B division for Schoolgirl 7/8s. And it's Wilderness across the line. Walford come down and cross now. And they'll be followed by Pembroke and Unley at the moment in ahead of Nord Moriata.
Just waiting on the next race now, which will be race 23. 10:35 a.m. is the scheduled start time for this. Over 1,000 metres. Schoolgirl Year 7/8 B Coxed Quad. This is a Division 2 race. We've got 4 registered starters here, and it looks like all 4 are present. In lane 3, we have Loretto. Lane 4, Scotch. Lane 5, Seymour. And in lane 6, St. Peter's Girls. Just starting to come into view now. They're down by the hotel, which means about 500 metres to go. It looks like it may be Loretto out in front at this stage. One crew's dropped back there, which may be the crew of St. Peter's Girls, I'm thinking. So it looks like at this stage we've got Loretto and Seymour battling it out for that first position, and Scotch not too far behind them. And it does appear maybe that the Saints Girls may have had an issue early as they were behind, and now, unfortunately, it looks like the Scotch Girls have had an issue. They're stationary in the water. And they haven't capsized, though. They're just looking at getting themselves started again. Again, this is year 7s and 8s, and with the delay to the season, this will be a lot of these girls. This will be their first time rowing in an official regatta. The Scotch crew have done well, and they've got themselves motoring in the right direction again here. That leaves us with these Loretto and Seymour crews that appear pretty evenly matched. They're coming down to the 250 mark now, and there's not a lot between them. Loretto, the closer crew to the beach, appear to maybe have a small lead. But still plenty to row for here.
Oops.
And unfortunately,
Saints Girls have come to a halt.
we've had...
Yep, they're back again.
So after a bit of a pause from the Seymour crew, Loretto have now cleared out to a 2-boat lead. So Loretto will take out this Division 2 Schoolgirl Year 7-8 B Coxed Quad, with Seymour, who looks like they may have caught a crab around the 150 metre mark, coming in second. Scotch coming in third, who also had an issue in the race where they were stationary at one stage, and it looks like the St. Peter's Girls crew have had a few issues during the race. They're down to 3 rowers, and they will put this one down to experience.
I think that's Seymour.
Is that Seymour, sorry? I may have got the Saints Girls
It's hard to tell.
and Seymour crews mixed up there.
I think it's Seymour.
Can you read the number?
5.
5, yes. So my apologies. It was St. Peter's Girls that came in second and were very well placed until catching a late crab. And it appears that it's Seymour coming in fourth, and they appear to have had a few issues throughout the race, unfortunately for them. So the winning Loretto crew there was Gracie Thomas, Georgina Johnson, Michaela Mansell, Alice Hoskins, and they were coxed by Ella Howard. Okay, so race 24 is our next race. Again, we're over 1,000 metres. Schoolgirl Year 7-8A Coxed Quad. And this is a Division 1 race. We appear to have 5 starting crews. The Pulteney Grammar crew, who were originally on the list, appear to have been scratched from this race. So in lane 2 we have the Adelaide High crew, lane 4 Scotch, lane 5 Unley High, lane 6 St. Peter's Girls, and in lane 7 will be Pembroke. just coming into view now, and I can see the 5 crews have indeed started, although unfortunately it looks like Pembroke may have had an issue over in lane 7 as they appear to be stationary at the moment. Some of these younger crews finding the choppy conditions a bit difficult, and their first hit out of the season, and for many of them their first hit out ever. Looks like the Pembroke crews got themselves moving again, which is good news. So they're coming up to the hotel now, 500 metres to go. Looks like this Adelaide High crew in lane 2 are certainly prominent. And also St. Peter's girls in lane 6 look to be up there as well. Not far behind them, Scotch in lane 4 and Unley High are right on their heels. The wind seems to be slowly picking up here as we head towards lunchtime. So they're coming up to the beach now, signalling 2:50 to go. And indeed it appears this Adelaide High crew in lane 2 are in the lead here. Look to be rowing very well. Across from them we head across to lane 6 to St. Peter's girls, who are right up there with Adelaide High. Scotch back in 3rd, Unley High in 4th, and Pembroke, who have got going now, but unfortunately had that earlier mishap, back in 5th.
So the Adelaide High crew rating just above 30, 31, and the Far crew 28, 29. So they've lifted their rate.
It's good from you, Ando. Didn't know you had that in you. Well done. Cheat notes, nice. Okay, so coming down here with about 100 metres to go now. It's looking like a close finish. To my eye, it looks like Adelaide High are in front. Just in front of the St. Peter's girls crew across in lane 6. Fortunately, we don't have the greatest view of the finish line, but no, I can see quite clearly now that Unley High are going to take this one out. Congratulations to them, with St. Peter's girls not too far behind in 2nd. Tight finish here for 3rd between Scotch, who look like they are going to and indeed have just finished 3rd, and Unley High. And the trouble-stricken Pembroke crew just heading to the line now. Once they've got going, they actually look as if they're rowing well. So congratulations to Adelaide High on winning that Division 1 Year 7-8A Coxed Quad for schoolgirls.
Race 25 coming up, the last of the juniors, the Year 7-8A Coxed Quad Division 2 for the girls, before we move into the 8-9 rounds of finals. So 5 crews in this race. I think we do have a start. Yes, Wilderness in 3, Norwood Morialta in 4, Seymour in 5, Warford in 6, and Loretto Marriotteville in 7. So hopefully all these juniors will have a chance to grab a Bigfords after they finish their round of preliminary races this morning. Bigford's a wonderful South Australian organisation, big supporter of Loretto and rowing in general. All the support for local South Australian businesses that compete nationally and internationally, all the better for the rest of us. So it looks like the two outliers, is it? Lane 3 and lane 7 appear to be leading this race. The Wilderness crew of McLaughlin, Harden, Mayer, Beaumont and Oborn, and the Loretto Marriageville crew of Bell, Deans, Pizzaniello, Blank Saunders and Katsaris. And the crew in lane 5 from Seymour of Johnson, Guthrie, Wicks, Harris and Halliwell appear to be lifting their rate as they pass through halfway. So it looks like Loretto had clear water in the far lane with Wilderness and Seymour battling for the second position. Loretto have clear water at the far lane. That's a battle for the minor place. Tight battle here with Wilderness and Seymour. I think Wilderness have just got the edge on them. There's plenty of pressure coming from Seymour. Great finish, girls. With Nord and Warford bringing up the end of that race. So that finishes the junior category. Fair bit of carnage there. First race since November. Probably haven't seen as many bruised egos at Westlake since the 2017 Grand Final. We move into the first of the finals for the Year 8-9 boys. Race 26 on the program. Schoolboy Year 8-9D Coxed Quad. Again, all these races are over 1,000 metres. It's not until the seniors categories that we get into the 2,000 metre races.
Looks like we've got 4 crews lining up for the start of this one. The lane 3 we have Pembroke, and then the rest of the lanes 4, 5 and 6 St Peter's 1 and St Peter's 2. They're on their way now, and I can see all 4 crews have got off. What appears to be a good start. In the early racing, it appears Pembroke have got their nose in front. of the St. Peter's 1 crew in lane 5. And then the other 2 St. Peter's crews in lane 4 and 6 appear to be pretty even in that 3rd position. So they are passing the hotel now with 500 metres to go. It looks to be a battle between the Pembroke crew in lane 3 and the St. Peter's 1 crew in lane 5. The other 2 Saints crews aren't far behind at all, and they are pretty even in that 3rd position at the moment. So this St. Peter's 1 crew in lane 5 are approaching the Red Boys now, which means 250 metres to go. And they look to have cleared out to a 1 to 2 boat length lead here over Pembroke in lane 3. The St. Peter's crew in lane 4 appear to have 3rd stitched up, and the St. Peter's 2 crew there across in lane 6. But coming down to the finish line, it is St. Peter's 1 boat, 2 boat lengths ahead of Pembroke, and the other 2 Saints crews for 3rd and 4th.
Both rating about 34 strokes a minute there in those last 200 metres. Just not enough to overcome that short lead to the Saints crew.
So Saints winning that one by a boat and a half over Pembroke.
To the crew of Webster, Toohey, Hoburg, Woods and Coxed by Wickham.
Next of our finals, race 27, the Schoolboy Year 8-9 C Coxed Quad. This is another final, again over 1,000 metres. 10:55 the official start time. We've got six boats down for this one. Pembroke in lane 2, Adelaide High in lane 3, PAC in 4, St. Peter's 5, Pulteney 6, Scotch 7. Unfortunately, it looks like the Pembroke crew in 2 have had a bit of a misfire at the start. Coming down to the hotel with 500 to go. It looks to be a battle between St. Peter's in lane 5 and the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane 6. After them, it looks to be PAC and Scotch battling out for 3rd. They look pretty evenly placed at the moment. Back to Adelaide High, and as previously mentioned, unfortunately it looks like Pembroke had a bit of an issue at the start.
The Pulteney crew of Song, Mavragelos, O'Hanlon, Stojcevic and Shemwell lifting their rate to try and catch the St Peter's crew of Worm, Jager, Fitzgerald, Kidman, Coxed by the super Timmy Silcock. Changes between these junior boats and the senior boats. Fantastic effort for these Coxes. They don't get enough attention, I think, for the work they do. Without them, these guys would go round and round in circles.
So St Peter's, with 100 metres to go, look to be our winners here, but the real interest here appears to be for second, with the PAC crew really starting to close down on this Pulteney crew for second position. Saints will certainly go on and win this. Looks like the Pulteney crew are trying to respond and have upped their rating. However, heading down to the line, it appears that PAC have managed to get over the top of this Pulteney crew. So it'll be the St Peter's have certainly won by 3 to 4 boat lengths. PAC coming in second. Pulteney third. Pretty even between Adelaide and Scotch for fourth. And Pembroke back in sixth, but as mentioned, appeared to have an issue early in the race. So coming down for fourth now. This is very close. And Adelaide High coming in fourth over the Scotch crew. Just again, that winning crew from St Peter's there of Worm, Jaeger, Fitzgerald, Kidman and Coxed by Silcock.
So this is the Schoolboy 8-9B Cox Quad B final. 2 crews, lane 4 Christian Brothers, Fountas, Nesbitt, Greenshields, D'Aso and Henley, and 5 Adelaide High, Arnoldus, Ryan, Mazurak, McAllister and Royals in the Coxon seat.
So both boats appear to have got away cleanly here. It looks like the Adelaide High crew have taken an early lead in this head-to-head 2-boat battle. Just approaching the 500 metre mark now, and indeed Adelaide High do appear to have opened up a substantial lead over this Christian Brothers crew.
As this crew comes through the halfway mark, we would like to mention Hayley Staltari from Harris Real Estate, big supporter of real estate here in the western suburbs of Adelaide. And Hayley is the founder of Crucial Women in Construction and is a proud supporter of Rowing SA. Hayley Staltari from Harris Real Estate. And the Adelaide High crew clearly ahead now.
Yeah, with 100 metres to go, this Adelaide High crew appear to have rode really well and are certainly going to take this one out.
CBC just coming to the line after a bit of a hiccup.
So that was the Schoolboys year 8-9 B section Coxed Quad B final. We're now going to move on to the Schoolboy year 8-9 B section Coxed Quad A final.
Lane 2, Unley High, Overdue and Hart, Leah Crowhurst and Van Warmelo. And lane 3, Pembroke, Wang, Vijnawaran, Kyle, Lewis and Lewis. Lane 4, Scotch College, Mailer, Goldstone, Lucas, Young and Morner. Lane 5, Prince Alfred College with Williams, Mackay, Worth, Fremantle and Stoddard. Lane 6, St Peter's College with DeRogie, Gray, Hayter and Rosenbuilds, Coxed by Ben Short. And in lane 7, Nord Morialta with Huazang, Procopio, Chavez, Merchant and Maturana in the Coxed.
Outstanding, Ando.
So PAC clear favourites from the heats. 3 good 10-15 seconds ahead of the competition from Saints and Scotch. But all things start again in these finals. Can't quite see, but the Scotch crew in lane 4 appear to be out in front. Is that with Pembroke and Saints coming behind? Right. So it looks to be Scotch and Saints as we approach halfway. Pembroke giving a great showing in lane 3. You can really appreciate the difference of an extra year on the water. These are quite clean strokes from these two crews coming towards the finish line. Someone will catch a crab now that I've said that. So Saints with a clear lead from Scotch, and Pembroke holding off PAC and Unley. And I think Norwood have had a bit of a challenge earlier in the race out in lane 7. So that was the completion of race 29, the Schoolboy Year 8-9B Coxed Quad A final. And we move on to race 30, the B final of the Year 8-9 Schoolboy A Coxed Quad.
We've got 4 crews lining up here in lane 3, St Ignatius. In 4, CBC. 5, Nordmore Outer, and in 6, Adelaide High. And I can see all 4 crews have got away well here. Looks like Nordmore Outer have established an initial lead from CBC, and then St Ignatius and Adelaide High look pretty even in third. Just past the 500 metre mark now, and Nordmore Outer look to be in front from that CBC crew. It's close for second, with Adelaide High starting to push through, and St Ignatius not too far away in fourth at this stage. Coming down to the 250 marker. We've still got the Nordmore Outer crew out in front. It looks like CBC are really putting in a great effort at the end here, trying to catch them. And it looks like Nordmore Outer may have just caught a crab there. Unfortunate timing for them, and that has allowed CBC to come flying past. I feel for Nordmore Outer here. They were rowing so well until that unfortunate incident. They need to get going now to keep in second. St Ignatius have come up into third. It looks like Adelaide High have hit some issues as well. They've only got 2 guys rowing at the moment. So, yes, CBC are going to take that one out from the Nordmore Outer crew, who struck some issues at the end there. Adelaide High and St Ignatius, and then the Adelaide High crew over in lane 6 appear to have had a couple of problems as well.
So we've got to start quite quickly in the Year 8-9A Boys A final, race 31 on the program. In lane 2, Unley High, lane 3, Pulteney, lane 4, Scotch, lane 5, PAC, lane 6, Saints, and lane 7, Pembroke. And so really from the qualifiers, PAC were 7 seconds faster than the rest of the competition, followed by Scotch and St Peter's College. But it looks like the Saints crew has had a bit of a problem off the start. It's definitely a PAC and Scotch race, with Pembroke and Unley providing the next lot of pressure. This PAC crew, all this year and last year, has comprehensively accounted for its opposition, the crew of Smith, Obst, Wakeland, Garnett and Barlow. Some might even refer to them as a fire engine, they're going that fast. Great finish between Scotch and Pembroke for second. PAC have got this in the bag, barring some tragic circumstance. Well done to PAC, and Pembroke coming in second. Scotch and Unley High. With Pulteney and St Peters bringing in the rear of the field.
So that brings us on to race 32, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8-9D Coxed Quad Final. Just counting them off here, we've got, we're down to have 6 starters. In lane 2, Scotch College. 3, Wilderness. 4, another Scotch crew. 5, Seymour. 6, Wilderness, second Wilderness crew. And 7, Pembroke. I can see them just sitting at the 1,000-metre mark, waiting for their starting orders. This race due to start at 10:20, so looks like we've still got a couple of minutes.
Yes, I think the boat race official has done a brilliant job given the quite strong tailwind we had to start with. And year 7 and 8 crews who don't have the experience that the other crews have. I noticed the winds swapped around a bit to southwesterly, which has hopefully brought some of the chop down a bit.
So this race is underway now. It appears all 6 crews have got a reasonable start. Maybe the Pembroke crew over in lane 7 are our early leaders. So approaching the hotel now, roughly 500 metres to go. And it looks like we have Wilderness in lane 3 in the lead from that Pembroke crew I mentioned across in lane 7. Looks to be a very tight race for third, with Scotch, the two Scotch crews, and Wilderness, with Seymour not far behind them. So this Wilderness crew in lane 3 appear to be our leaders. Emily Paul, Sophie Rocker, Isla Goodson, Miranda Wells, and Coxed by Hannah Yao. But they're certainly being challenged by the Pembroke crew over in lane 7. Two Scotch crews not far behind either. With 100 metres to go, it looks like the lane 3 Wilderness boat is going to take this one out. By approximately 3 boat lengths from a tight finish here between Pembroke over in lane 7 and the Scotch crew in 2, but I think we'll have to wait for the judges there, but I think Pembroke has held on, followed by the Scotch crew in lane 2 and then the lane 4 Scotch crew as well. Yep.
We'll have a sheet.
Okay.
That brings us to race 33. It's the final of the C grade for the 8s and 9s. And they're approaching the 500 metre mark. Lane 3 we have Seymour, lane 4 Scotch, lane 5 Wilderness, lane 6 Pembroke, and in lane 7 Walford. And it's the Wilderness crew leading the way. At the moment they've established quite a good lead over the crews on their inside and Pembroke. So it's Wilderness to Seymour and Pembroke, then Scotch further back, and then Walford probably equal with Scotch in fourth and fifth place, But Wilderness doing a good job out in front. They've really got going over the last couple of 100 metres and pushed away from Seymour. And are leading quite well in this C-grade final for the 8s and 9s. The field's starting to be really spread out as we get into the 250 metre mark, with Wilderness leading the way. Crew of Layla Woodall, Imogen Sutton, Tiara Pullman, Lily Erb and Sydney Freestone Gillies, who's the Cox. And they've got 4 or 5 over Seymour, currently in second place. And the crew of Adelaide, Salou, Holly Gwynn, Becky Jones, Maggie Seamer and Olivia Soers, the Cox. And Seymour in control of second place ahead of Pembroke. And down to the line, Wilderness go across to take out the C Division final. Seymour go across in second place. They'll be followed by Scotch and Walford. So a good race there and a good win there to Wilderness to take out the C grade 8-9 final.
Our next race, race 34, we have 3 starters, and I can see that they've all got off to what appears to be a good start here. In lane 4, we have Nord Morialta. In lane 5, we have St. Peter's Girls. And in lane 6, Wolford. As I said, looks to be a pretty even start. Just letting you know, not only are we live on YouTube, but we are also interactive. Stephanie Jane has contacted us. Also from the UK, Sarah Lisserman is watching live from the UK. That must be in the middle of the night for Sarah there. Good on her for tuning in. And we've had Rhoda Downey give her support for Wilderness online today. So thank you for those people for contacting us. Back to race 34 here. And probably 600 or 700 metres to go. It looks like the Wolford crew across in lane 6 are our current leaders, although only just from St. Peter's Girls, and then Nord Morialta behind them.
So while we wait for the crews to come up into the 250 mark, don't forget the Head of the River souvenirs. Available from the Walford tent down at the Regatta end next to Loretto. So Walford are kindly selling and taking orders for the Head of the River souvenir tops, etc. So if you want to visit them, drop down and have a word, see what's available.
With about 300 metres to go here, it looks like this Wolford crew have established a handy lead over St. Peter's Girls, with Nord Morialta in third. Bit of a push here by the St. Peter's Girls crew. They've certainly closed the gap over the last 100 metres. I feel it's going to be a little late though, as this Wolford crew, with about 100 metres to go, are still out by a couple of boat lengths over St. Peter's Girls. And it looks like that's the way it's going to finish. And Wolford coming up to hit the line now. Congratulations to them on their win. That's Sasha King, Harriet Patterson, Zara Hutchinson, Renee Scarpin, and Coxed by Grace Schultz. Congratulations to Wolford, St. Peter's in second, and Nord Moriauta third.
Don't have a sheet. 46.
The next race on the schedule is the Schoolgirl Year 8-9 Coxed Quad B final. We've got 6 starters. Pembroke in lane 2, Scotch in lane 3, Unley in lane 4, Wilderness 5, Seymour 6, and Pulteney over in 7. And in these early stages, it looks like Wilderness are out to a very handy lead indeed. Great start by the Wilderness girls. It looks close behind them for second, with the Seymour, Unley and Scotch crews fighting that out. And then Pulteney and Pembroke behind them. Coming up to the 250 marker now, and this Wilderness crew have established a very nice lead. Unley have pushed forward now ahead of Scotch and Seymour, but that race for second is certainly not over. So with 150 to go, Wilderness will take out this race. It's a great race on for second here, with Scotch really pushing Unley hard for second here. 100 metres to go. Scotch are closing on Unley. Wilderness crossed the line now. They've won the race. The interest is in second. It looks to me like Unley have bravely held on to a fast finishing Scotch, who will be third, Seymour fourth, and then Pembroke and Pulteney. Where did the sheets much better view from?
Okay, we have a start in the next race, which is 36. This is the B final of the Year 9A Coxed Quads. We've got 4 crews coming down in the B final. In lane 3, Adelaide High, lane 4, Pulteney, lane 5, Walford, and in lane 6, Loretto. So all crews are there for the start of the B final, which of course will be followed by the A final with 8 crews to come down. As these races are seeded from the heats, we should see the middle crews leading the way. And as we saw in the last race, almost a perfect V shape as the crews in the centre of the field led all the way. We should see this stand out in the next event, the A final for A quads. But at the moment it's a race in 2 between Pulteney in lane 4 and Walford in 5. I think Walford's probably got a slight lead over Pulteney, and then a gap back to Adelaide High and then Loretto. So the crews have gone to probably now the 400 metre mark to travel. Walford starting to move away from Pulteney on their inside, with Adelaide High pushing Pulteney for the second position and then across to Loretto. But still a good race here in the B final for the A grade quads. Into the 250 mark, and it's still Walford about 3 lengths to Pulteney. It'll be a length and a half further back to Adelaide High, and then across to Loretto out in lane 6. So a good clean rowing from all of these crews. Girls moving their boats along quite nicely. And Pulteney certainly having a job holding off Adelaide High. It's Walford across the line to take out the B final. Pulteney just managing to keep Adelaide at bay, and they'd cross over about a third of the length to Adelaide, and coming in 4th place will be Loretto. Which leads us to the A final, which is well underway. They're actually just going past the hotel now, so they've got less than 500 to travel. We've got Ignatius, Seymour, Unley High, Scotch, Wilderness, Norwood, Pembroke and St Peter's Girls.
So certainly from the heats, Wilderness with a 3:58 were 7 seconds faster than any of the other times in the heats, so would certainly go into this race as favourites, and indeed they are out to what appears to be a healthy lead. Alongside them I can see the crew of Scotch. Unley and also Seymour are up there as well. So coming down now with about 250 metres to go. It looks like close to us here.
Scotch.
Certainly Scotch are out there. It looks to me like Seymour potentially in the lead at the moment. Unley really pushing Scotch now. It appears something may have happened to the Wilderness boat as they have fallen back. Nord Moriarty also putting in a great effort here, but with 100 metres to go, Seymour have pushed into the front from Scotch and Unley, and Nord Moriarty not far behind them in fourth. 50 metres to go. Seymour are going to take this one out. Great finish for second, with Unley really coming at Scotch now. But I think Scotch have held on by the narrowest of margins to take second, with Unley third and Nord Moriarty fourth.
Yes, Wilderness have lost a rower.
Yes, Wilderness, who had, as I said, set the fastest time in the heats, appear to have lost a rower, which may explain their position in the race.
And so Pembroke.
And Pembroke, who are going to come in at the end here, also a down a rower, so have obviously struck problems during that race. Great finish there, and well done to Seymour. So that's a Seymour crew of Alice Rayner, Ellie Wenk, Sophie Threadgold, Lucy Pocock, and that boat was coxed by Lexi Dennis.
Well done. That concludes this morning's program. And we have now a break for lunch, roughly an hour's break, and come back online with the afternoon's racing, which I believe are the 4s, followed by the 8s at 12:45. So look forward to having you here at the Regatta at West Lakes or online.
Welcome back, everyone, to this afternoon's racing. We continue the program with race 39 on the card, the Schoolboy Coxed 4. This is the second heat. Heat 1 was actually cancelled, so I believe still the top 3 from this heat will progress to the final. In this race, in lane 3, we have St. Peter's College. In lane 4, Adelaide High. Lane 5 is Scotch College. And lane 6 is Unley. The wind seems to have got up a bit since some of the morning races. It does seem to have swung around a bit more to coming from a more westerly direction, which does seem to have calmed the lake a little and taken away some of the chop, so that's a positive. And hopefully we're going to have a great afternoon rowing. I've just had an update from Rowing SA, and with the cancellation of race 38, we've actually got a bigger field here in race 39. So I will go through the lanes again. We've got St. Peter's College in lane 2, Pulteney in lane 3, Prince Alfred in lane 4, Scotch in 5, St. Peter's in 6, Unley in 7, St. Ignatius in 8, and Adelaide over the far side. So they're underway now, and it appears that all the crews have got a clean start. The St. Peter's crew in the far lane, lane 8, appear to be very forthright at the moment. Up with them is PAC in lane 6, and the other St. Peter's crew in lane 4. Not too far behind those, I can see the Pulteney crew in lane 7, and also Scotch in lane 5. It appears the two St. Peter's crews and PAC are starting to clear out a little from the pack. Pulteney doing a good job staying with them, and Scotch aren't too far behind either. They appear to be just over the halfway mark now, and this St. Peter's crew in lane 4 seems to have taken a lead from PAC, and then the second St. Peter's boat across in lane 8 appear pretty level with PAC at this stage. Next is probably Adelaide High over here in lane 1, who appear to be up on level terms with Pulteney in lane 7 for that 4th position. Coming up to the hotel now, telling us we've got about 500 metres to go. And it certainly looks like this St. Peter's crew in lane 4 have got themselves a bit of a lead now from PAC and the other St. Peter's crew, with Adelaide High in 4th position. With just over 150 metres to go, the St. Peter's crew, St. Peter's 1, look like they're going to take this race out and take it out quite easily. Looks like a good battle for second between PAC and, closer to us here, Adelaide High. So St. Peter's crossing the line now for the win. 2 boat lengths ahead of PAC, who are half a boat length ahead of Adelaide High. And the second St. Peter's boat will come in 4th. So that winning St. Peter's boat consisted of Flynn Carroll, Murphy Eaton, Fraser Connell, Hugo Worm and Philippe Scousey as the cocks. We're now up to race 40. Race 41 on the schedule has been cancelled, and instead we have a combined field for race 40. So we have 8 starters in race 40, which is the Schoolgirl Coxed 4 over 2,000 metres. In lane 1 we have Loretto. Lane 2, St Ignatius. Lane 3, Scotch College. Lane 4, Pembroke. Lane 5, Unley High. Lane 6, Seymour. Lane 7, Pulteney. And over in Lane 8, Nordmore Outer. I can see all crews have made a clean start. In the early stages of this race, it appears that the Scotch College crew, along with the Nordmore Outer crew, are well placed. Behind those, it looks like Pulteney, Unley High and Loretto aren't too far behind them. Coming up to the halfway mark now. And it looks like over there in lane 8, Nordmore Outer have a good lead. Pulteney not too far behind them. Probably in second though, I'd say a Scotch in lane 3 with Unley, Pembroke also up close to those leaders. It appears that this is a race between Nord Morialta and the Pembroke crew. With Scotch, Unley and Pulteney not too far behind them. It appears the Loretto crew may have had some difficulties, as I do not see them in the screen. So with 150 metres to go, Pembroke are powering to the line for a convincing victory. It's now quite close for second between Nord Morialta and Scotch. So a good win to Pembroke. It looks like Nord Morialta are going to come second, followed by Scotch. And then it's a closely run race for fourth between St Ignatius, Unley High and Pulteney Grammar. It looks like St Ignatius are just pushing forward into that fourth position now. So the victorious Pembroke crew there consisted of Skye Mumford, Lucy Townsend, Claire Rogers, Lexi Reynolds, Ebony Blackburn was the Cox. Congratulations, girls. Given that race 41 was cancelled, as previously mentioned, we now move on to race 42. Race 42 is the Schoolboy second 8. This is the preliminary. We have 3 starters in this race. In lane 4, closest to us, we have St Peter's College. In lane 5, Prince Alfred College. And in lane 6, another St Peter's College boat. In the early showings, it appears that the Prince Alfred College boat and the number 1 St Peter's College boat in this race are neck and neck, and they have cleared away from the second St Peter's College boat. Just past the halfway point now, and it certainly appears to be a race in 2. The St Peter's College number 1 boat, which seems to have got a boat or 2 length on Prince Alfred College, and the second St. Peter's College boat probably 5 or 6 lengths behind them in third. So at the hotel, with 500 metres to go, it appears the St. Peter's College number 1 crew in this race have established themselves a comfortable lead over PAC, and both of those boats are well clear of the second St. Peter's boat. Coming to the line now, and PAC have made up a bit of ground late, but it's not enough to win this race. St. Peter's, 1 boat here, have won this race quite comfortably, 1 or 2 lengths ahead of PAC, and the second St. Peter's boat to follow in third. That St. Peter's crew, the Schoolboy second 8, consisted of Eddie Hetherington, Will Osborne, Ryan Fowler, Henry Merschel, Thomas Hamilton Smith, William Baroni, Hamish Scott Young, James Ratossa, and Jamie Graves was Cox. Race number 43, 1:10 p.m. official start time. Schoolgirl second 8. This is the preliminary race. We have 4 boats competing in this race. In lane 3, Seymour College. Lane 4, Scotch. Lane 5, Wolford. And in lane 6, Wilderness. The girls are just getting into their work now, and it looks like all 4 crews have had a good, clean start. Four or 500 metres into this race, and it appears pretty tight at the front, with Seymour, Scotch and Wolford all looking on relatively even pegging, with perhaps Wilderness just slightly behind those 3 boats. roughly halfway now, and again, the three boats of Seymour, Scotch and Wolford all fighting hard for that front position here, potentially Wolford just ahead at this stage. And Seymour, Wilderness back in fourth across in lane 6, however, they're still far from out of it yet. Good opportunity to remind you of some of our sponsors today. The Robin Hood Hotel, certainly my favourite pub in the eastern suburbs. Go and see Matt Binns there. Wonderful aged steak collection at the Robin Hood, which I can certainly recommend. Often live music, just one of Adelaide's great pubs. The Robin Hood Hotel, great sponsors of today. Okay, so coming up to probably 600 or 700 metres to go now, and this race starting to take a bit more shape with the Wolford crew appear to have pulled out to a comfortable lead here. In second, it looks like Seymour, closely followed by Scotch, and with Wilderness back in fourth, but certainly not out of it yet. As they approach the beach, it's still Wolford in front, but Seymour making a valiant late charge to try and catch them. Scotch sitting in third and Wilderness in fourth. This could be quite close at the end here between Wolford, our current leaders, and Seymour coming up on them quickly in lane 3. Seymour girls appear to have really upped their rating here. And with 100 metres to go, the Seymour crew have pulled in front of Wolford and will go on and win this race by a boat length. 1.5 boat lengths. They're really pulling away now. Great finish to the race by Seymour. Wolford in second, and they'll be followed home by Scotch and then Wilderness. The Seymour boat consisting of Zali Grudnoff, Anya Felderhoff, Ruby Swartz, Missy Shearer, Lauren Melengri, Abby Arnold, Gabby Manifold, Amelia Linton, and guiding that crew home was the Cox of Phoebe Arbin. Well done, girls. Next race on the program, race 44. The big boys, Schoolboy first 8 over 2,000 metres. Looks like we've had a withdrawal from Pulteney Grammar, who was supposed to be in lane 4 for this race. So that leaves us with 6 crews. In lane 2, we have Prince Alfred College. In lane 3, St. Peter's. Lane 5, CBC. Lane 6, Nordmore Alta. Lane 7, Pembroke. And over on the far side in lane 8 are Scotch. They're 300 or 400 metres into the race now, and it all appears pretty level at this stage. All crews seem to have got off to a good start. Approaching the halfway point now. It's difficult to tell from this angle, but it looks like the PAC and St. Peter's crews in lane 2 and 3, along with the Scotch crew over in lane 8, appear to be our 3 leaders at this stage. However, certainly the remaining crews of CBC, Nordmore Outer and Pembroke aren't too far behind at this stage. With about 600 metres to go, it still appears to be a race in 3. PAC in lane 2, Saints in lane 3, and across the other side of the lake to Scotch in lane 8 seem to be the 3 main contenders here. Nordmore Outer also putting in a good showing. Not too far behind those 3. In fact, Nordmore Outer appear to be coming up on potentially challenging Scotch now for that 3rd position. They hit the beach with 250 metres to go. And looks like we're headed for a great finish here with St. Peter's holding a narrow lead over a PAC crew who look like they're putting in a last effort to try and get over the top of them. Back in 3rd, over in lane 8 is Scotch, And then Nord Moriata in fourth. Can St. Peter's hold them off? Coming down to the line now, and St. Peter's have won by roughly half a boat length. I think we'll see those two boats having many a battle going forward for the rest of this year. Scotch coming into third. And probably 3 or 4 boat lengths behind them is Nord Moriata in lane 6 into fourth. Race 45 on the schedule. Schoolgirl first 8. Preliminary. We look to have one late scratching, which is Nord Moriata in lane 7 are out. So that leaves us with 7 crews. Wilderness in lane 1. Seymour lane 2. Adelaide High lane 3. Scotch lane 4, Loretto lane 5, Wolford lane 6, and St. Peter's Girls over in lane 8. The girls are just with the starter now. Slight delay here, but I believe we're off now. 300 or 400 metres into this race, and at this stage it all seems pretty level. Around about 600 metres into this race, and it appears that Scotch and Wolford are two of our leaders, along with St Peter's Girls putting in a good showing across there in lane 8. A little bit difficult for me to see these closer lanes from this angle, but also it appears Seymour College are very forward in the racing so far. All 7 crews here are putting in a great showing. But as we approach the halfway mark, our leaders appear to be Seymour, Scotch, Wolford and St Peter's Girls across in lane 8. Okay, coming up to the hotel now, so 500 metres to go. And it looks like this is going to be a race between the Seymour College crew in lane 2, the Scotch College crew in lane 4, and 2 lanes across from them, Wolford appear to be currently leading in lane 6. Very even race. This is going to be won over the last 500 metres. Behind those 3 crews, we've probably got Wilderness in 4th, then the lane 1, followed by Loretto, closely followed by Loretto in lane 5, and then across to Saints Girls in lane 8. Those Saints Girls, Loretto and Wilderness crews are all pretty level, fighting for that, what appears to be the 4th position. As we come down to 200 metres to go, it looks like the Wolford crew have cleared out a bit now, although the Scotch Girls aren't letting them have it all their own way. And we see Seymour in 3rd, but not too far behind these 2 lead crews. With 150 metres to go, it's going to be a close finish between Scotch College and Wolford. Perhaps the Wolford girls slightly ahead at the moment, but Scotch are coming at them. Coming down to the judges now, and Wolford and Scotch. And Scotch are going to win this by about half a boat length over Wolford, with the Seymour crew coming in third. Then it looks like Loretto are tight for between Wilderness and St. Peter's Girls for the next position. So congratulations to Scotch College. A boat consisting of Eliza Bailey, Emily Wakelin, Sabine Keane, Eliza Casey, Heidi Bleesch, Sophie Hurst, Alexis Dorgy, Lucy Voidovich, Eliza Henschke was the Cox. Some exciting news here in the commentary booth as I'm joined by none other than the Black Panther himself, Chris Orban. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you for having me, Rosie. Lovely to be here today. Sorry it's taken me a little while to pop down. We had cricket this morning. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chocky biscuits. The oppo today just gave us a real towel up, but that's okay. Now we've got some great rowing ahead of us, so looking forward to it.
Do you want to perhaps talk us through race 46 here, Chris?
Absolutely, Rosie. So in lane 3, we've got, so this is the Year 9-10 C Coxed Quad preliminary race. In lane 3, Prince Alfred College, consisting of Dosnich, Shea, Hill, Evans and Condis as Cox. In lane 4, Lane 4, just a bit of technical work there, we'll get that one right. Lane 4, St. Peter's College 3, consisting of Hamilton, Jorindi, Parkinson, Ledger, and Durden Cox. Lane 5, Unley High, consisting of Mullins, Yates, Yang, Hooper, and Cox, who is Luscombe. Lane 6 has been scratched, that's a Scotch College crew. And in lane 7, St. Peter's College, consisting of Monaghan, Gasperin, Stutz Roberts, and Cross, and Cox by Co.
So we've only got about 500 metres to go in this race. And in lane 4, the St. Peter's crews seem to have a pretty good grip on this race at this stage, although the lads from Unley High certainly are not letting them have it all their own way. It looks like PAC back in third and the other Saints crew are in fourth. So this is looks to at this stage be a race and 2 out the front between St. Peter's College and Unley High. They've got about 250 metres to go here, and
the Saints crew's really picked up their rating there, Rosie. They are really pushing this one hard.
so with 150 metres to go, it appears that that hard work that Saints crew have done has got them into a boat's length lead. That should be enough from here. The Unley High boys, it looks like they've thrown one more last effort at them. But I don't know if it's going to quite be enough. As we come down to the judges, it's going to be St. Peter's, followed by Unley High, 3 or 4 boat legs back to PAC in third, and then the second St. Peter's crew back a bit further than that. We have been discussing some of our kind sponsors here today, Chris, and one I know special to your own heart is the Bigfoot crew.
Good products.
Yeah, the lime cordial, a personal favourite of mine, and later in the day, occasionally I partake in some of their other products, including the delicious Vale Ale. So, yeah, great supporters of rowing in general, and particularly our host today, Loretto Rowing. So I encourage you all to support those that support us. Bigfoot's, Vale Ale, great South Australian products and great company. Please get behind and support them. Okay, so race number 47, getting through them. This is the Schoolboy Year 9-10B Coxed Quad Preliminary. And we had 7 due to start, and it's looks like all 7 are starting. So do you want to run through those there for me, Chris?
Absolutely, mate. So in lane 2, we've got Pembroke School with Speleopolis, Bursell, and Bursell, obviously.
Bursell
brothers
boys.
There. The Bursell boys are known very well around town at the Pembroke School. Archer and Tummel in Cox, Only High in lane 3, Fear, Hancock, Doherty Garside and Schultz, Cox by Munt. Lane 4, Adelaide High, Milne, Backman, Papagiannis, Jenny and Mysack in Cox. St. Peter's College 2, Sam Robran, maybe related to Barry Robran, we're not sure. We probably should look into that. Griffith, Parsons, Walsh, and Archie Bader as Cox. Norwood Morialta High, Query, Hutchinson, Moon, Papa, and Roland as Cox. Scotch College in lane 7, Speedy, Spark, Valeshki, Clayton, and Appleby Cox. And last but not least in lane 8 on the outside there, Prince Alfred College being Wundenberg, Remeljay, Went, and Merrigan, Cox by Moore.
Speedy and Spark in the Scotch boat. Could
Yeah.
be a good omen.
Could be very quick. We'll watch that one as we get closer to the 200-metre mark, see whether they really lift that rating and bring home the chalky biscuits.
Okay, so we're around about the 500-metre mark now, and it looks like we've got the PAC crew over in lane 8. Certainly with a forward showing, along with Scotch in 7. The St. Peter's 2 crew in lane 5. And then we head over to the, I think it might be Pembroke in the lane 2 closest to us, that are also going well.
Yeah, it looks like it's a real race on the outside lanes there. Lane 8 with PAC and Scotch just on their inside. They've got a nice little running out on the outside there, the PAC boys, tracking beautifully.
Yeah, coming down to roughly 250 metres to go now, or at least for this leading PAC crew, there's 250 to go. They've pulled away from the field a bit here in a really solid effort. They look to be a few boat lengths ahead of their next competitor, which would appear to be Scotch in lane 7. And then we probably are heading across to...
You would have thought probably in the middle lane there. That's sort of St. Peter College 2.
Is that St. Peter's 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your Robrin, Griffith, Parsons and Walsh. Very nicely done by the Cox there in beta.
Okay, so 100 metres to go now for this PAC crew. They're going to win this race easily. A great effort by Scotch in second there. They're also going to hold that position comfortably, and this St. Peter's crew will be third. Behind them, probably looking at, I think that's Nordmori Outer in
lane 6.
In lane 6, in fourth, and then the Pembroke, Unley High and Adelaide High will finish us off. Can't actually see Adelaide High. I wonder if there's been an issue with them or whether they started at all.
Maybe a late scratching.
Yeah, maybe a late scratching.
So just coming across the line now is that Pembroke crew, just finishing off. And Unley High, almost just about to hit the line there. Of Fear, Hancock, Doherty, Garside and Schultz.
So this next race, the Schoolboy Year 9-10A Coxed Quad Preliminary, race 48 on your card. 1:35 official start time. Looking at my list, there doesn't appear to be any scratchings. I think we've got a full contingent of 8 boats. We've got in lane 1, St. Peter's College 1, lane 2, St. Ignatius, lane 3, Unley High, lane 4, Scotch College, lane 5, PAC, lane 6, Pembroke, lane 7, Nordmori Outer, and across in lane 8 is the Adelaide High crew. So these crews are now at the hotel with 500 metres to go.
And it looks like PAC.
It does look like PAC and Scotch just behind them. Scotch are always nice and easy to pick out. They make it easy for us.
Yes, that very prominent yellow and blue. Tracks very nicely.
And closer to us over in lane 1, I think it is the St. Peter's crew sneaking up on the inside.
Yes, they are. Just staying out of the way.
That's
Staying out
right.
of the, any challenging conditions, going beautifully. But that PAC crew just easing away from that second position, Scotch crew.
So there certainly seems, with 200 metres to go, there seems no doubts that PAC are going to take out this Year 9-10A Coxed Quad Schoolboys. The interest is in second position here, where we've got a closely fought run between Scotch and St. Peter's.
Yeah, the Saints boys have really picked up their rating. Now, Rosie, what do you think they're rating at? Maybe early 30s, high 20s?
I'm thinking early 30s.
Early 30s, yeah. No, they've certainly pushing this one through. Obviously want to get the silver in this preliminary race. Race 48. Oh, the crowd certainly cheering them home as well.
So congratulations to PAC on their comfortable victory, and Saints have come up at the end there and finished a boat length in second to Scotch.
Well done to the PAC crew of Chapel Knight, Stunnell and Louis Dawson. Very good footballer, Louis. Does get around a bit, town. And second, obviously, Scotch wing, Bridgewood, Brammy, Oscar Kittle, and Lee Wingard. Coxed by Tom Wright.
Tommy. Okay, that brings us up to the Schoolgirl Year 9-10C Coxed Quad. Let's see if we've got Any scratchings? No. Oh, yes, just Wolford are out of lane 8. So that and Seymour are out of lane 2. So that leaves us with 6 crews. Wilderness in lane 1, Unley High in lane 3, Seymour College 1 in lane 4, Wolford lane 5, a non-numbered Seymour crew in lane 6, and Loretto in lane 7.
And it looks like at the halfway point, or just a bit further past, looks like the Loretto crew of Smith, Roman, and McCallum, Coxed by Chapman, sitting nicely up front, followed by the Seymour College crew of McDonald, March, Harford, Archer, and Walker as Cox. So I think, people, you just want to cast your eyes out to 6 and 7 out wide there. I think that's where the race is today. Great to see the Loretto crews tracking nicely today, Rosie.
Yes, yep. They've a couple of wins early, and I think they'll be hopeful of some more wins later.
A couple more golds would be nice. Be great for Tom, head coach, and the supporting coaches as well too, for all the hard work they put in with the program at Loretto Marriotteville.
So with about 300 metres to go, it certainly looks to be a race in 2, with Loretto slightly ahead of this Fighting Seymour crew at the moment. And then we're looking back to, difficult to tell from this angle, but I think it may be the second Seymour crew in 3rd.
Yeah, there's a real race for that 3rd and 4th position. 1 and 2 obviously will go through to the final. So both crews just seem to be taking it quite easy as they now come to the line. I mean, potentially one of these crews want to get bragging rights going into the main final, so we might see a bit more racing in the last couple of 100 metres. And just as I said, that looks like the Seymour crew just picked up their rating nicely. Looks like they do want that W over the Loretto crew. Great racing, girls.
So with 50 metres to go, Seymour have pulled half a boat length in front of this Loretto crew. Those 2 crews are well out from 3rd, which appears like it may be the other Seymour College crew, with Unley High coming in 4th and followed back there by Wolford. Into race 50, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9-10B Coxed quad. This time we've got a full list of acceptances. So 8 boats in lane 1, closest to the beach, we have Nord Morialta. Lane 2, Pembroke. Lane 3, Seymour. Lane 4, Adelaide High. Lane 5, Wolford. Lane 6, Loretto. Lane 7, Unley, and lane 8 over on the far side is Wilderness. They've got about 400 metres to go, and it appears the Loretto and Wolford crews are out front, but closely challenging them appears to be Seymour here in lane 3, and the other side of Loretto is Unley High, also putting in a really strong performance. So anyone's race really at this stage, with 4 boats competing well here. Maybe Loretto have just pulled ahead in this last 100 metres. Ahead of the Wolford crew next to them and the Unley crew the other side of that.
It's a real race for second and third now, Rosie. There are 3 strong crews there right in the mix. On the outside, Unley High. In that middle lane, looks to be Wolford and Seymour.
That's right. It does appear now with about 100 metres to go that Loretto will win this one. And although Unley certainly aren't giving it to them.
Jeez, is he giving it a bit early there, Rosie?
No, have confidence, Chris. Unley certainly aren't giving it to them with 50 metres to go. Loretto ahead by half a boat length. With Unley coming at them now. Wolford coming at Unley. And Seymour flying on the outside, on the inside.
Jeez, that is a blanket finish for second.
Loretto first, but really hard to split second, third and fourth. I'm saying Unley, Wolford, Seymour, but I'm not the judge.
Let's hope all 4 of those crews go through, Rosie, because that's a cracking race.
That was.
We'd love to see a big final coming online later on this afternoon. I think that'll bring the crowds down to this wonderful rowing regatta course. An Olympic course, West Lakes.
Yes.
It's a cracking course.
One of only 3 in Australia, I believe.
Oh, really? Yes, yes. Well, we were in New South Wales very recently out at Penrith, and wow, what a wonderful course that is. Beautifully set up down there. Bit of a hike to get out there though, Rosie. Not as close as West Lakes. I mean, it's a beautiful location down here. I mean, you can go for a run down the beach, or even come down and watch some rowing, or pop downstairs for a coffee. You can do it all down at West Lakes. It's a wonderful location.
Okay, so we've got 2 heats now for the Schoolgirl Year 9-10A Coxed quads. So in heat 1, we have a late scratching of Seymour from lane 4, leaving us with 4 boats. The top 3 of these boats, Chris, will go through to contest the final.
That's fantastic. That's what we want to see. We want strong finals.
So in lane 3, we have Nord Moriata. Lane 5, St. Peter's Girls. Lane 6, Pembroke. And lane 7, Unley High.
So in that lane 3 Nord Moriata crew of Shaw, Michelancius, Jones and Shea, Coxed by Shaw. Lane 4 Seymour College, Worm, Walters.
They're the scratching.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Rosie. I probably should have been listening. St. Peter's Girls, lane 5. Upton, Oaks, Ryan, Rasciuto and Graves. Lane 6 Pembroke School. Sage, LeBroy, McLaren, Meltzer, and Chodaherry, who's coxing, and Unley High in lane 7, with Hamilton, Bates, Hollis, and Viz. Ably coxed by Wormello. So you'd probably pretty dark not to get through into the final on this one, Rosie. 3 to go through, 4 in the race.
Yes, however.
Someone has to miss out.
That's correct.
That's sport. So it looks like the starters just let them go. Well, it looks like they're still holding.
I think he's still got them under a good hold there.
Okay.
Just making sure they're all lined up sweetly. 1,500 metres this race, so a bit of a trickier start, particularly with a bit of wind starting to come across now.
100%.
Gives us a brief moment to talk about another of our sponsors, Hydro Seeding, represented today by Freya Lennon. This is an amazing startup company here in SA where, I don't know if you've seen this work, Chris, but they come and spray seeds across that space that you want to turn into a luscious lawn. turned around for a couple of days, and there she is.
Bang.
Yep.
It's up and about.
Yeah.
You know, it's a wonderful product. It's an Adelaide Hills business. Bruce and Frere Lennon just recently started this one up, and they're doing a lot of great work around town, a lot of civil work, a lot of local work, small business, owner-occupier, rental properties, fantastic for rental properties as well too.
I can see that.
Really cost-effective. So
that's hydro seeding. Again, generous sponsors of today's regatta, and support those who support you.
# get around them. Hydro Seeding Australia.
Okay, so we're off in this first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 10A Coxed Quad. All boats seem to have got away cleanly.
Looks like that lane closest to us, to the right of screen, looks to be just slightly in front there.
The Nord Moriata girls.
Again, 2 shores in the boat there. That's fantastic. Great to see sisters getting involved in rowing. Let's just make that assumption.
Quite a common name, couldn't could well not be related at all.
They could be cousins. Or just great mates, but that's okay, they're involved. Geez, I hope the president of the Loretto rowing group does bring us up a great sponsors product very, very soon. It's quite a bit to sort of talk through up here, so you do get a little dry. So let's hope that president wanders up with something refreshing soon. Maybe a Bickford's product, potentially.
So they're approaching about 700 metres to go now, and a little tricky from this angle, but it does appear to be pretty close between, on the outside lane, Unley High, next to them in lane 6, Pembroke, and then across here in lane 3, the Nord Moriata crew. Unfortunately, it looks like the Nord Moriata crew have come to a bit of a stop, perhaps caught a crab or some sort of mechanical failure there. It's a shame for them because they were going really well up until that moment. So we're now down to 3, and it appears that the Unley High crew across in lane 7 have about a boat's lead over Pembroke, and the St. Peter's Girls crew have had a good last 200 metres and closed the gap a little on these front 2. I can report that the Nord Moriata crew are going again, but unfortunately their race is run today.
Yeah, touch off the mark, unfortunately. That's sport for you. Sometimes you have those hard days.
Quite a few of them.
Yeah, she's a real race for first and second here. I reckon there is probably half a boat length between those 2 crews on the outside there of Pembroke and Unley.
So with 200 metres to go now, this is a real race in 2 between the Blue of Unley in lane 7 and Pembroke closer to us in lane 6.
It looks like Pembroke's just pulled away slightly here.
Agreed. They've put the foot down here, I think, and decided that they want this one.
Yep. But let's not count out those Unley High girls. They are really going beautifully here. Great technique. rating mid to high 20s, I reckon. Not going over the top, just really conserving some energy.
We must
for
remember
that
it's a
final.
heat.
It is a heat. You don't want to spend all your tickets early. Need something in the tank for later on this afternoon.
So with 50 metres to go, this Pembroke crew are going to take out this first heat. The Unley girls will see them in the final, and St. Peter's girls will be joining them. Unfortunately, the Nord Moriata crew had hit trouble there, and they will be the unlucky ones to miss out.
And we won't get to see those Shore girls row this afternoon.
Okay, race 52 is the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 10A Coxed Quad. Let's check for scratchings. No, we have 5 boats in this one. There are only 400 metres to go now. We've got quickly in lane 3, Wolford. In lane 4, Adelaide High. In lane 5, Loretto. In lane 6, Scotch College. And over in lane 7, Wilderness. It appears that the Loretto crew is out front here, being closely challenged in lane 7 by Wilderness.
And Rosie, you've got it 100% right there on that previous race, race 51. Unfortunately, the bow looks to be some technical issues, but great to see Nord Moriata coming over the line. They've gutsed it out to get across the line. So well done for all concerned there. Back to you, Rosie.
Okay, with 300 metres to go in this second heat here. Again, we've got a closely fought affair with the crew from Loretto and the Wilderness crew really fighting this one out. It could go either way at this stage. After them, we go back to, I believe it's maybe Wolford in lane 3, who look like they might take that third spot to progress through to the final.
Yeah, and those Loretto girls are just easy rowing, just rowing beautifully at the moment. And your daughter's in this race, Rosie, Fern Rosenbauer. Does she take after you in terms of, I mean, you're a very strong sort of physical type of operator. How does she go?
She's got me covered.
Does she?
Well and truly.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, mate, but she is the better sports person. But that's great that, you're contributing. But looks like that's just a very nice, easy pace there.
Both of these crews, Loretto and Wilderness, rowing beautifully here as they approach the line. It looks like Loretto will just pip them, but I think both of these crews haven't fired all the shots that they've got. So that's Loretto followed by Wilderness, and I believe it's going to be Wolford come through for that third final spot. And that leaves us with the Scotch
crew
and Adelaide High crew. Looks like Adelaide High is just going to nudge them at the end here. So well done to all.
Mm. Any other sponsors we need to talk about today, Rosie? Well, it looks like we've got a little bit of time up our sleeves.
I was relaying a story earlier about I had a crew coming over a few months back, decided to smoke up some ribs, went to my local butcher, couldn't supply me with everything I needed.
Shocking.
So got on the old internet, Thomas Foods, bang, next day delivered to my office, vacuum sealed, ice packs on top, easy as can be. Got them home, fired up the smoker, 8 hours later. Finger licking good, mate.
Finger licking good. I mean, Thomas Foods, what a wonderful supporter of the Loretto rowing crew. I did pop down yesterday to pick up the produce for our wonderful rowers and support staff. And yeah, get yourself out to Cavan. They've got the outlet store out there, so you can pick up some really great bargains. I mean, it's a little further out of town, but I tell you what, she's great value out there, and you can really fill your car up with some wonderful meat product. And recently announced funding from the state government on a plant-based
I saw that.
range that they're looking to
Covering
move
both
into.
bases. Nice.
They are. It's a growing category, plant-based, and appealing to everyone, but a great local business as well too, family-owned, and wonderful people. Thank you, Thomas Foods International, for your wonderful support of the Loretto Rowing Group. So where to now, Rosie? Looks like...
well, I think we're going to just have a little breather in the
Are we?
program.
all right.
We were scheduled to have a B final, but that has been cancelled. That was race 53. So we will move on to race 54.
Lovely.
Which is going to be the Schoolboy Coxed 4A final. This is from the 2,000 metre mark. You can just see the support boats, etc., getting into position now, starting to get organised for this race.
And well done to those parents again from Loretto who have jumped into the boats and driven boats all day for the officials. And thank you officials as well too. I mean, it's a thankless task. You're out there all day keeping things on track. But well done to those parents and officials who give up their time.
Certainly when, in our example where Loretto are hosting today, and so you get down earlier and help set up things. Every week one of these regattas is run. You just, things like this don't happen without the volunteering of a lot of parents and a lot of people from SA Rowing and officials. It's quite a thing to put together. So thank you and congratulations to everyone who's been a part of getting this regatta together today. And I'm sure everyone's enjoying the day.
Especially, I think everyone's enjoying the commentary. I think that is certainly
There's been some highs and maybe a couple of lows.
Not many lows, Rosie. I'm tipping a lot of highs. That's the feedback that I've got. I mean, I only got any late today, but there's been a lot of positives that I'm hearing coming from the commentary. So well done to you, Rosie. You've been fantastic today. Did you have any other support today? Did Nick Anderson roll through? Nando's was in?
Nando's was in.
Oh, great to see Nando's pop down.
He had the stroke calculator out.
Did he really?
Yes. So I thought he was making it up, but mid-race he'd let me know that the crew was going at 33, and
no,
I went with it, but only later when I saw that he was actually calculating it did I realise he was telling the truth.
So tell me about a stroke calculator. Is that some sort of tech? Or is that
it's a little app on his phone,
it's
and
an app.
Every time he sees them stroke, he touches it, and I think he has to do that 5 or 6 times, and it's able to calculate the stroke rate from there.
Really? And of course Nando's would know about that. I mean, he's a very tech-savvy operator.
That's it.
So good on Nick Anderson for that effort. We probably won't worry about that, will we, Rosie?
No, I think we can do it by eye.
Yeah.
We're pretty talented at that sort of stuff.
I mean, you fake it till you make it, I would have thought. Close enough's good enough.
suppose this break in proceedings gives us a little chance to just once again mention one of our sponsors, Halpin Wealth, Michael Smithy. Go down and see him. He'll give you some great advice and a few fishing spots to boot. Halpin Wealth have been going since 1972. They've got offices both here in Adelaide and also in Darwin. They are your trusted lifetime partner in growing, managing and protecting your wealth. They've got a team of highly qualified advisors who will offer innovative solutions to achieve your wealth goals, your wealth freedom and your wealth security. Sounds good to me. So that is Halpin Wealth. Give Michael Smith a call, and I'm sure you'll be happy you made the phone call.
Geez, you know a fair bit about Halpin Wealth there, Greg.
Oh, big fan of the company.
It's a great company, great people, doing great things. Halpin Wealth for all your wealth needs. Any other sponsors we need to reference there, Rosie?
So we've certainly enjoyed highlighting Halpin Wealth, the Robin Hood Hotel, Bickford's, and also mentioning their fine Vale Ale products. Thomas Foods and Hydro Seating, they're our main sponsors of the Loretto Regatta today. Rowing SA have many fine sponsors as well.
Oh, do they?
We mentioned earlier the Largs Bay and Seaton swim centres coming into winter. If you want to swim in comfort, they are no problems there because their 25-metre heated pool is able to be swum in all year round. It's an indoor environment and certainly very comfortable there. And they've got all sorts of things going on there. They've got lessons for children and adults. They've got fitness, the old aqua aerobics, and they've also got squad training.
Really low impact aqua aerobics, isn't it? Fantastic for cardio, very low impact, no stress on knees for that older generation like ours.
Great for some of your osteoarthritic joints that you're looking to strengthen some of the muscular tissue around the joint without actually loading the joint up too much itself.
Very important not to load up the joints. So it looks like we're just about got a start here in race 54. This is the School Coxed 4 A final.
This is the boys, and this is the A final. So we're over 2,000 metres in lane 1. We have Pulteney Grammar. In lane 2, Unley High. In lane 3, the St Peter's College 2 boat. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College. Lane 5, St Peter's College 1 boat. Lane 6 is Adelaide High. Lane 7, St Iggy's. And in lane 8, Scotch College. They have started, they're about 200 metres into their work, and I can report that all crews are headed in the right direction and going well so far.
It's important to be rowing in the right direction, Rosie. You do not want to be pointing the other way. So it looks like lane 5, the St Peter's 1 crew of Carroll, Eaton, Connell, Worm, Coxed by Whiteman seems to be tracking nicely in that middle part of the course. With a little bit of heat coming from the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 4. Just sitting on their inside there. Rickard Bell, Ty, Hamoud, Miller and Worthington. So again, race 54, Coxed for a final. Schoolboys over 2,000 metres. Looks to be almost at the halfway mark. And that St Peter's crew look to be just slightly in front of that PAC crew, although in that lane 2 territory, only High, Neat, Debownia, Luscombe, Boyce, and Debownia and Cox seem to be just tracking beautifully. All right, so the crews are coming up in line with the Lakes Hotel, and that's when crowds can really get a good view of these boats. And it is that St Peter's College 1 in lane 5 that looks to be a good couple of boat lengths in front.
Certainly from the preliminary race, we know that this St Peter's crew was 8 seconds faster than the next boat. So whilst that doesn't tell us everything, it certainly appears to be a strong indicator of the strength of this crew.
And their rating's well up, Rosie. They're up at 34 now.
Nice.
So they are certainly getting their hands away quickly, pushing that boat nicely through the water. Carroll, Eaton, Connell and Worm with Whiteman up front, just directing traffic beautifully.
Good showing by this Only High boat in lane 2 here.
Yep. Really bringing it up to that Prince Alfred College crew that probably is sitting in third. But I tell you what, third, fourth and fifth. There's a bit of rowing to go there. I think that's where the real excitement's at, because this St Peter's 1 College is just blown the field away. They have opened up the shoulders nicely and just steaming away. Very nice rowing.
So Only High currently holding second, but PAC having a look at them. With about 100 metres to go, it's Only High by about a boat length over this PAC crew, and I think that's how it's going to finish. Maybe Only High might get out to 2 boat lengths actually. In second, PAC in third, and then it looks like Adelaide High and is that Scotchies over on the first side?
Yeah, Scotchies, and this is a real race for third here. Oh, you can't split them. Oh, that's a photo finish. We're going to have to go to the stewards on that one, because I can't pick them, Rosie.
I think that was for fourth.
Fourth, thank you.
Yeah.
And just as we're talking, the Prez has rolled in with a couple of cool, refreshing, not Bickford's products, unfortunately, the competitor product, but that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Nick, for those wonderful refreshments.
So, comprehensive win by that St Peter's College crew there. Of Flynn Carroll, Murphy Eaton, Fraser Connell, Hugo Worm and Thomas Whiteman on the Cox duties.
But I think you also really want to watch in that head of the river in a couple of weeks' time that Only High crew.
Yeah, they came on really nicely, didn't they?
There's a fair bit of headroom, I reckon, in that crew that could really challenge those Saints boys. Let's hope they lift a level, bring some extra heat.
Race 55, the B final has been scrub-a-dood.
Disappointing. Not enough numbers in, Rosie? We're not sure. Do we need a steward's inquiry or we'll just play on? All right, looks like there's nothing to see there, so we'll just take a breath. Looks like there's a couple of boats just moving up into position for race 56.
So yeah, race 56 is the next one on our card here, and this is going to be the Schoolgirl Coxed for a final. Again, over 2,000 metres. Let's just check for any late scratchings. No, good to see. We've got a full contingent of 8 boats. In lane 1, we have Loretto. Lane 2, Unley High. Lane 3, St Ignatius. Lane 4, Pembroke. Lane 5, Scotch. Lane 6, Pulteney. Lane 7, Seymour. And in lane 8, it's Nord Moriata.
Yeah, it's really great to see the Loretto crew in this final. Unfortunately, one of the girls, I believe in Bow, had a bit of an issue in the preliminary races and couldn't actually finish the race. So looks like they've gone to the real depths of the rowing program to find a very, very capable rower to slide into that bow seat. And just lovely to see the girls back in the boat and hopefully bring home the chalky biscuits.
So this race is away, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we might be missing someone in lane. Are we missing lane 7?
Either that or they're just a long way off. I think you might be right. We'll just keep an eye on that one.
In the early going here, it appears that the Scotch College crew in lane 5 are certainly very forward. It appears Loretto in lane 1 is not far behind them. And then I'd look further afield over to Seymour in lane 7. I'm wondering whether we're missing Pulteney in lane 6, but we'll get that confirmed.
Maybe the Pony crew just foxing for head of the river. Well, maybe just not rolling in for the final. Just leave a little uncertainty as to what they're going to bring on that big day, a couple of weeks' time. But let's not cast aspersions till we know that. Certainly very close at the moment. Very hard to pick any real squads opening up a big lead at the moment. So I'm going to call it now. This is anyone's race. It's probably early, but
So as we get a close-up here on line of the Nord Moriata crew doing very well in lane 8. It appears that Scotch are also
Yeah.
very forward in the going, and right across here to lane 1, it appears the Loretto crew are also going well. So I think we're down to probably a race in 4 here now between Nordmore Outer. I think that is the Pulteney crew in second. Scotch and Loretto. It appeared to be between those 4 boats at this stage, with Unley High not too far behind Loretto and St Ignatius just behind them. I wonder if it's the Seymour crew that appear that they may have had an issue and have fallen out the back a bit there.
Well, we'd best get that information at some stage. Make sure everyone's okay.
So with about 500 metres to go, 400 metres to go, it appears to be Nordmore Outer at the far side of the lake there, from Scotch College in lane 5 and
Loretto in 1.
And Loretto in 1. They seem to be where we're looking for a winner here, although I believe it's Pulteney in lane 6 are also putting in a strong showing.
So I think from what I'm seeing here, Rosie, it looks like Loretto may just be nudging in front here from that Scotch crew. So this is lane 1 territory. Race 56, Loretto. Paxton, Lynch, Tenney, Johansson and Caddick and Cox. They've lifted the rating now. Oh, that looks to be 34 strokes a minute. Scotch on the inside in lane 5 of lines. Ratcliffe, Edwards, Teat and Jeffries. Tilly Jeffries in Cox in that lane 5 territories. Well, this is really, really close race. Get down to that sort of sand area, Loretto, and just cheer those girls home. This is very, very close racing, everyone. The Loretto crew in lane 1 lifting the rating, going beautifully. Here they come. Scotch making a comeback. Scotch coming up on the inside, but Loretto holding them. Come on, Loretto. Come on, us. They seem to be going nicely here. Out by half a boat length. The crowd really cheering them home. Loretto on the inside, lane 1. Coming up, and that's a W for the Loretto crew. Well on Loretto. Paxton, Lynch, Tenney, Johansson and Caddick. Well done, girls. Followed by Scotch. Lines, Ratcliffe, Edwards, Teat, Cox by Tilly Jeffries.
And I think it's that Pulteney crew now coming into third, closely followed by Nord Moriarta. We've had some exciting racing here today. The last few races, 200 metres out, we haven't been able to pick a winner except for that dominant Saints crew.
That just means rowing's the winner today, Rosie. And thank you, Nick Anderson, for confirming it was actually rating 35 during that race. So I got it wrong at 33. So Nando's, thank you for just keeping me on point, just making sure we're in the detail. That's what Nando's does. He loves that detail, which is fantastic. All right, that's race 56. Run and done. Where now, Captain? Where do we move to?
Well, you love your 8s, and I've got some 8s for you. So race 57 is the Schoolboy second 8s. It's got the 3 crews contesting this one. PAC in lane 4, St Peter's College in lane 5, and St Peter's College 2 in lane 6.
College 2.
2 for 2 for 2.
Where are we sitting? We seem to be sitting around about the 1,000 metre mark, maybe a bit less.
Yep.
And Oh, that first and second crew there, Saints and PAC.
This is very similar to how the heat went, or the preliminary. These same crews raced off in that, and Saints managed to pull away at the end in that one, but the final is a different cup of tea.
So that PAC boat, Lang, Gibson, White, Adderton, Felix Katsaris, Dickens, Commons and Norton, Cox Bay, Haddon, and the St Peters crew in 5. Hetherington, Osborne, Fowler, Marshall, Hamilton, Smith, Barone, Scott Young, Retosa, Cox by Graves. A lot of hyphenated names in that race. You don't get that a lot these days.
You don't.
I'd like to see a lot more of that, Rosie.
As would I.
I think that
bring back the hyphen.
The hyphen really brings another angle to the sport, I would have thought. Really keeps it interesting. Anyway, let's get back on to the rowing.
So we've got a great battle here between these two crews, the St Peters first boat in this race and the PAC crew, with about 200 metres to go. Saints are ahead probably by half a boat length at this stage, but PAC certainly haven't given up yet. They look like they're upped their rating and coming at them now.
Well, I've got 38 strokes a minute in that Saints boat, but I'll get Nando's just to confirm that, because I don't want to get that wrong. But I tell you what, this is a great race. This is a rip snorter. Saints, PAC Saints, the old rivals. Well, less than 100 to go here. Looks like Saints just in front. But, geez, PAC aren't letting them going to win easy here. They're going to push them all the way to the line. All the way.
So coming down to the line now, they've got about 50 metres to go. And at St Peters by about half a boat length, they've managed to dig deep and hold that lead. So St Peters win, PAC second, and the other Saints crew will make up the third placing.
And that Saints 2 crew was Colwyn Shearer, Sawyers, Cooper, I think they call him Coops, Edwards, Bell, Grigg and Schlatter. Charlie Silcock's Cox.
Saw that.
It's great. Guess it's in the name, really, isn't it?
Okay, the Schoolgirl second eights. The 2,000 metre mark, of course. 4 schools competing. Let's just check that they're all present and accounted for. Yes, they are. So in lane 3 we have Wilderness, lane 4 Wolford, lane 5 Seymour, and in lane 6 Scotch. And they are racing. They are about 200 or 300 metres down this 2,000 metre course. And at this stage, it looks like you could throw a blanket over them. It all looks they all look to have got away well. And it's a very even race in these early stages.
Great opportunity to maybe mention a couple of sponsors again, Rosie. Hydra Seating Australia, a beautiful independently owned Adelaide Hills business where they'll come out and seed your garden, have a rich, lush lawn within a very short space of time. Thomas Foods International, wonderful product of meat as well as plant-based now. Great supporter of the Loretto rowing community. Bigford's Australia, independently owned, over 180 years old. Bigford's Australia, Rosie. Initially established 1839. It's an aerated waters business in 1864.
Really?
Yeah.
As long as I've been around, there's always been a bottle of Bigford's cordial in our larder, I can assure you.
Recently moved into plant-based as well too. We've got a range of macadamia, pistachio, almond, a couple of other bits and pieces in there. Juices, wonderful juices portfolio. And then obviously the
What are you
liquor
doing
portfolio.
in the pistachio? How do you? Is that it's not a juice?
No, it's a plant milk. It's
a plant milk.
Yeah. So it's pistachio milk, which is an oxymoron because you can't milk a plant, but it is a plant milk, officially termed. So yes, pistachio, macadamia, almond, are the main ones there. Cashew, another great product of the Bigford's Australia range. Anyway, let's get back on the race.
So they're approaching they're about probably halfway down the course now, and the front 3 boats appear to have cleared out a little bit here. So it appears that Seymour College in lane 5 are our leaders, closely followed by Wolford, and across there in lane 6 is Scotch. At the moment, Wilderness in lane 3 just appear to be a bit behind those 3 boats.
And we forgot the Robin Hood.
Oh, the Hood.
The Hood. I mean, great beer garden at the Robin Hood. Binzers are wonderful supporters of the Loretto rowing community. Robin Hood Hotel.
What I enjoyed was last time I was there, they've got a glass cabinet with hung-age steaks. And you can eye up the steak of your liking and point it out to Binzy.
Yep.
And
he'll get that underway for you.
Yep.
A great wine list as well, too. I believe they have some Mazzy wines available there. Beresford of McLaren Vale, another great local wine range. Beautiful front bar as well, too. Beautiful food, great ambience. Wonderful pub. Robin Hood Hotel.
So coming down to about the 500 metre mark here, and this Seymour crew in lane 5 have put the foot down, and they appear to have cleared out to a sizable lead here. Second spot is where the interest appears to be at the moment, with Scotch and Wolford fighting out that one, and it appears to be pretty close between those 2 boats for second. And the Wilderness crew is back in 4th. But wonderful rowing here by this Seymour boat. They've really put a bit of a gap between them and the rest of the field. Who's going to come second here, Chris?
Listen, if I had to call it, I'm going to say Scotch at this particular point in time. They seem to be just going nicely with their strokes. That front crew being the Seymour crew, they look to be rating about 35. They're doing this comfortably. That oar work is outstanding. I mean, beautiful levels on the oar. They're all working really well together. So that's just a great rowing program. Let's just be honest. That's outstanding.
So the placings seem to have taken shape now as this front Seymour crew are now about 100 metres out from the judges, and they are going to salute here and salute comfortably, with Scotch coming into second, and they will be a couple of boat lengths ahead of the Wolford crew. So that would be Seymour, Scotch, Wolford is your final positionings for the Schoolgirl second 8.
And the Wilderness crew just a little bit further back. Just seem to be rowing easy at the moment. Well done, Seymour.
Okay, we head into one of the blue ribbon events.
Ooh, yes.
The Schoolboys first 8. The big boys.
Hotly contested too.
We've got 6 crews lining up for the start here. In lane 2, CBC. Lane 3, Nordmori Outer. Lane 4, PAC. Lane 5, St. Peter's College. Lane 6, Scots College. And over in lane 7, Pembroke.
So last year's first 8 winner at head of the river from memory was Saints. They're holding that lane 5 position right in the middle of the course there. Obviously did a great job in the preliminary rounds. Put themselves in the mix.
I can't see Pembroke at this stage. I'm concerned that they may not have made it to the start line.
Ooh.
So it looks in the sort of 500 metres into the race, probably as suspected, we have Saints, PAC and Scotch have pulled away already, and those 3 boats asserting their authority, and then we look back to the crews of Nord Moriarta and CBC. Unfortunately, I can't see the Pembroke crew over in lane 7.
Yeah, it's disappointing. But turning our focus to the front runners here in PAC in that lane 4, Henbest, McKay, Williams, Belcher, Feldhoff, Thomas Sanders, Sebi Jordan, Hammer Time Bell, Coxed by Olsen Jones. Just slightly in front at about the halfway mark.
This is all gearing up for a great finish here to this race. We've still got these 3 crews, PAC, Saints, Scotch, as we look across the lake. Really fighting this one out in a closely fought affair. I wonder if Saints have just upped their rate and just pulled out by half a boat length from PAC at this stage.
Rosie, let me check that rating. I'll just get my app out that Nando suggested we try. And I'll more than likely get this wrong, but well, I'd say you're right there, my friend. That's looking 36, 37 strokes a minute. That's quick. Let's hope they're not shooting the slide. Keeping the legs down, pushing hard. And I think you're right there. Saints have just edged in front now.
So it's, as they hit the hotel, about 4:50 to go. Saints look to be out by roughly a boat length. There's still plenty of interest in this race. Scotch have actually look as if they're coming through now and maybe challenging PAC for that second position. And then we look back to the Nord Moriarta and Christian Brothers boats. But the interest is up front here. This has been a powerful performance by St. Peter's. They're starting to pull away now. And the real interest is in this second position with Scotch and PAC head-to-head here.
Yeah, there's half a boat length in this, mate, so we are going to see an absolute rip-snorter of a finish here. I mean, this is going to bring the crowds back to rowing. There's no doubt about that. Saints pushing, rating nicely, looking strong. PAC not letting them get away, though.
No, they're not. They're coming back at them here, PAC.
Yep. Oh, they want this. They want the W, so they're going to push hard. Scotchy's in third, looking very nice, but I tell you what, cream does rise to the top, and the St. Peter's crew looking very, very nice.
So as they come down to the judges now, just 50 metres to go. Great performance by the St. Peter's crew. They're going to win by 3/4 of a boat length to PAC, who are 2 boat lengths ahead of Scotch, who are going to finish a comfortable third.
So well done, St. Peter's. Miller Harb, Chipperfield, Balnaves, or Balnaves probably, that's how you probably roll with that.
I would have thought so, yeah.
Balnaves, Henry, Nesbitt, Howard, and Scalzi. No hyphens there, so we didn't get a hyphen in that race,
and yet they won.
But they won. That's disappointing. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Now, coming across the line looks to be Norwood Moriarta and CBC. Just about to come across the line there. CBC of Jackson, Hancock, Hoskins, Payne, McShane, Stefanovic, Arbin Lohman, and Jordan Wilson. I believe they call him Willow at school.
Jordo.
Fantastic. That's the Schoolboy first 8 final over.
Okay, it's the girls' turn now, and so race 60, the Schoolgirl first 8. They are down with the starter. Let's run through this field.
Big field too, Rosie.
Big field, and
every lane is filled apart from one, so this is fantastic.
Yeah, so seven boats starting here. St. Peter's girls in closest to the beach here in lane 2. Then Loretto lane 3, Wolford in lane 4, Scotch in 5, Seymour 6, Wilderness 7, and the Adelaide High girls across there in lane 8.
So I might just run through the squads as
that sounds good.
The girls just get underway. Starters have just let them go. So, St Peter's girls in lane 2. Vicar Lamb. There we go. There's that hyphen. Malik Evans, Parker, Wakeham, Medcraft, Sharappa. Even better. Gulliver and Rashid as Cox. Loretto. I mean, what a wonderful group this is. I mean, home regatta. You might give us a little bit of slack here. We may just pile into this boat. But Hallie Anderson, Hilary Longstaff, Charlotte Illman, Francesca Lennon, Erin Munger, Mariah Murray and Deanna Macaleno, and in stroke Victoria Binns, Coxed by Charlotte Lane. Lane 4, Wolford, Morrow, Young, Metz, Hamilton, Richter, Williams, Newman, Worth, and Coxed by Paps Burford. There we go. Scotch College, Lane 5, Bailey, Emily Wakeland, Sabine Keenan, Casey, Blishk, Hurst, Dorogi, Vojvodik, Coxed by Henschke. Seymour in lane 6.
So the field's starting to spread out a little bit more now. Still, we have Wilderness in lane 7, who appear to be in front from our angle, closely followed by Seymour in lane 6. And then it looks pretty even through the middle of the field there with the Scotch, Wolford and Loretto crews all on a pretty equal showing, as are Adelaide High, look pretty even with them across in lane 8. And then at the moment it looks like the Saints girls crew in lane 2 are just a length or two behind that line of boats. But heading up towards just probably past the halfway mark now, it certainly looks like Wilderness have put the hammer down and they have really cleared out from this field. Seymour giving up a brave chase, but whether anyone can catch this flying Wilderness boat here is yet to be seen.
Yeah, that looks to be a good boat length at the moment, I reckon, that Wildy crew.
So 500 metres to go and it's still Wilderness, and it looks like Wilderness quite comfortably from Seymour. Maybe just the Loretto crew getting up into third now, ahead of Wolford and then Scotch, with Adelaide High and St Peter's making up the next two placings. But I can't see anyone catching Wilderness from here. They've got 250 metres to go and they look to be clear by 3 or 4 boat lengths over Seymour. Probably the interest here is between this Loretto crew that appear to maybe be pulling away from Wolford and Scotch and having a crack at catching this Seymour crew, who are currently holding down second position. With 200 metres to go, it's been a stellar performance from this Wilderness crew. They put the foot down around the 400 metre mark and really got a gap between them and the rest of the field, and they've been able to not only maintain that gap but actually increase it. And the excitement here is for second position. We've had this Loretto crew break away from the third and fourth position and are really starting to challenge Seymour now for second. So with 50 metres to go for Wilderness, they will win comfortably, and it looks like Loretto may be coming into second just ahead of Seymour. After that, we have Wolford and then Scotch College.
Come on, Loretto.
So Wilderness have won comfortably. Loretto in second, about a boat in the end over Seymour. Then comes the crews of Wolford and Scotch College.
Wonderful rowing by Wilderness, but I will have to say Loretto were fantastic in that race. We've had a couple of our girls who have had some COVID challenges, and it is great to see these girls come out and perform so well, given the conditions, given the background in relation to some time down from rowing. So well done, Loretto. But congratulations to Wilderness on that win. Going to be tough to knock them off by the first, by the head of the river there, Rosie.
Yeah, that looked pretty comprehensive, didn't they? It's certainly, they're the ones that all the other schools are going to have to catch for head of the river. That was, as far as an audition goes for head of the river, that was pretty compelling.
Very strong. Maybe a couple of more early morning starts for the Loretto crew.
Okay. That brings us on to race number 61 on the card, which is the final for the Year 9-10 Schoolboy Coxed Quads. This is a 1,500 metre race. We've got 4 starters here. In lane 3, St. Peter's College. In lane 4, Unley High. A second St. Peter's College boat, numbered 3 in lane 5. And a Prince Alfred crew in lane 6. They're well into their work now, sort of probably 500 metres into the race with about a kilometre to go. And at this stage, it looks like the St. Peter's College 3 boat and the Prince Alfred's boat have pulled away from the other two, although there's still plenty of work to do here. So nice to see people back to the rowing. Today, I think we were capped at 1,000. I think we must have got pretty close to that at one stage.
Great to see the colours of schools,
isn't it? Yeah,
back out and about.
Bit of the atmosphere back, and certainly leading into head of the river in a couple of weeks. Hopefully, there's a further relaxation of numbers we're allowed here, and we can get the full atmosphere of a head of the river regatta back to West Lakes.
100% agree, but great to see everyone down here making the effort, giving up their time to help out, put up a marquee or a banner or flip a sausage on the barbecue. Well done, everyone, for making the effort today.
Okay, so this race is well underway now. They've got about probably 650 metres to go, and it appears that the St. Peter's College 3 crew, as they've been named, well and truly in the lead. They hold what looks to be 1 or 2 boat length lead over PAC in lane 6. We then come back across here to lane 3 for the St. Peter's College 4 boat. And not far behind them at all is the Unley High crew. So this St. Peter's College boat out in front, we've got Hamilton, Giardini, Parkinson, Ledger and Coxed by Durden. They look as if they're going to be too strong for this field.
Yeah, it's quite comfortable.
About 250 metres to go now, and they look as if they're going to cruise to a comfortable victory over the PAC crew and the other St. Peter's crew.
And with only a couple of strokes left to go, that Saints crew just going beautifully out in front there, just about to cross the line. PAC look to have second position, pretty much under control, and Only High just on their inside in lane 4. Continuing to put pressure on them towards the back end of this race. I think that'll give them a fair bit of confidence for the coming weeks of rowing to maybe push forward for a silver.
Okay, race number 62 is with us next. We've got a bigger field for this one. This is the Schoolboys Year 9 and 10 B Coxed Quad Final over 1,500 metres. Looks like we've got all the boats are away and present. So in lane 2 we have Unley High, lane 3 Nordmore Outer, lane 4 Scotch College, lane 5 Prince Alfred College, lane 6 Adelaide High, lane 7 Pembroke, and lane 8 St. Peter's. So they've got about 600 metres to go in this race, and at this stage it looks like it is the
PAC crew maybe.
Prince Alfred crew in lane 5 that are heading up this field, closely followed by Scotch in lane 4, and then I'm looking across to Unley High in lane 2. In fact, I think Unley High look as if they're really pressuring Scotch for that second position now, and maybe even heading out trying to chase down this leading PAC crew.
And it's great to see in the Unley High boat lane 2 another hyphen, Doherty Garside. It's great to see him back. I reckon the Unley High crew just maybe a touch in front here. It is certainly very close between Unley and PAC.
So it looks like PAC just ahead of Unley at this stage, then Scotch, and then maybe looking back to Nordmore Outer, Adelaide High and Pembroke chasing them in. Can't see the St. Peter's. Oh,
they're on the outside.
they've just they've
just
just
bobbed up.
zoomed out, and we've seen that St. Peter's are in fact in front of all of these crews,
In lane 8.
making us look a little bit silly here. But so let's reframe this. We've got St. Peter's by about 3 or 4 lengths to PAC, and then I think we're looking back to Unley High, Scotch, and the others following them.
So that's St. Peter's crew of Robran, Griffith, Parsons, Walsh, Cox by Beta. They look to be very, very comfortable in that outside lane. Really flew under the radar. We didn't see them at all. And just bobbed up nicely. PAC coming in for second. That crew of Wonderberg, Remijay, Went and Merrigan. Cox by Moore. With Unley High pushing for third. Well done, Unley High. Fear, Hancock, Doherty, Garside, Schultz and Munt in the Cox seat. Scotch College coming up for fourth. Speedy Spark, Bleschke, Clayton and Appleby in the Cox seat. Finishing off nicely. With Adelaide High bringing up the rear and Norwood Moriata.
That's the Pembroke
Is it the
crew.
Pembroke? Yeah.
I wonder if they may have had a bit of a...
Yes, I think you're right. Actually, the stroke seat has
Yeah.
stopped rowing.
Looks like they're down to 3.
Yep. Technical difficulties again got hold of them.
That's right.
Ooh, tough race when you only got 3 rowing. But well
Okay.
done for finishing off Pembroke.
So we now move on to the A final over 1,500 metres for the Schoolboy Year 9-10 Coxed Quad. We've got a full 8 boats lining up for this one. In lane 1, St Ignatius. Lane 2, Pembroke. Lane 3, Nord Moriata. Lane 4, St Peter's. Lane 5, PAC. Lane 6, Scotch. Lane 7, Unley High. Lane 8, Adelaide High. And they're well and truly, there's only 200 metres to go, and it looks like PAC have a comfortable lead over Scotch College on their outside, and then in third look to be St Peter's. And I think that's the way it's going to finish. PAC, Scotch, St Peter's. Back behind them, it's a bit tricky to make out between whether it's going to be
I reckon that's Unley High in fourth.
Unley High in fourth over in lane 7, and maybe Pembroke here in lane 2.
Yep.
Nord, Moriata in lane 3 appear to have had mishap. And then we've got Unley High over in lane 8, not too far behind them either. So congratulations to PAC. They've won by about 2 lengths over Scotch College, who are a further 2 lengths in front of St Peter's, and then Unley, Pembroke, Adelaide make up the following the rest of the standings.
We still have a couple of boats still left on the course, still coming in. Looks like Norwood Moriata. So Norwood Moriata just coming up to the line now, finishing off nicely.
So that completes the Schoolboy Year 9-10 Coxed Quad races, and now it's the girls' turn. So we'll move on to the Schoolgirl Year 9-10 Coxed Quad C final over 1,500 metres. We've got 5 starters in this race. They look as if they're just getting themselves organised at that 1,500 metre mark. In lane 1, we have the Unley High Crew. In lane 3 they are. Here's the Unley High Crew. Lane 4, Loretto. Lane 5, Seymour. Lane 6, a Seymour College 1 boat. And in lane 7, we have Wolford.
Looks like they haven't got a start just yet. Just getting into position, working their way across the lanes to get to their appropriate starting spot. Gives us a wonderful opportunity to maybe reference a couple of sponsors, Rosie.
Where were you thinking of heading?
I don't know. Thomas Foods International, wonderful supplier of produce today, meat, eggs.
What's your go-to for a Sunday roast?
I'll listen to a rack of lamb,
Nice.
maybe slow cooked on the Weber, bit of charcoal thrown in that Weber, and maybe a bit of nice little sauce over the top, and,
Bit of mint.
bit of actually, I'm not a big mint eater. Actually,
Aren't you?
no, I prefer just a nice sort of basted outside, maybe some garlic sort of encrusted into it, bit of oregano.
Oh,
Would that be controversial, oregano?
Well, I don't. I think a lot of people would head down the Greek method, which would be more your olive oil,
Yes.
Rosemary, garlic,
that's-
lemon juice.
That's where you go. I got confused. I went oregano, but I meant rosemary. That's
Okay, no, well
that's
that's
where I was
straight
wrong.
batting it. If you go the rosemary and lemon,
Yep.
those two a match made in heaven.
Oh, I'm actually salivating now as we talk about that. That'd be a
I'm
wonderful
thinking of
opportunity Saturday
reorganising
night.
the menu in our house for tomorrow night now.
Well, pop through Thomas Foods International at Cavan.
Exactly what I'm
They've
thinking.
got the outlet store, and they'll look after you down there. So, no, Thomas Foods, great supporter of Loretto College. Hydro Seeding Australia for all your seeding needs, whether civil or home, business.
How long
lawns.
does it take? Do you know? You've got the hoe out and you've prepared your block, and then Bruce turns up in his hydro seeding truck. What's how long till I'm playing quoits on my lawn?
Well, listen, it's really a water situation, Rosie. You give it enough water, you're up and about within 2 weeks. You've got a beautiful cover in 2 weeks, and Bruce from Hydro Seeding Australia does recommend some fertiliser early to get some nice growth, and then you're away. Very, very quick growing. Very cost effective versus that rollout turf territory. Just a little bit more patience, but a wonderful product. Hydro Seeding Australia, locally owned, locally built.
Decent bounce off the length.
Yes, yeah. I mean, you will need to get that cut down to sort of 20 mils, 30 mils, just steam in and drop a couple short. They will rear up at you from time to time if you hit a rock in the yard or something like that. But no, Hydro Seeding Australia, wonderful supporter of Loretto. Robin Hood, wonderful pub owned by the Binzers.
Especially with live music starting to come back.
Yeah.
That's what one of the things the Hood does so well.
They got wonderful
Sunday afternoon there, a few tunes being played, quiet ale. Can't go wrong with that. It's ticking every box.
They might even, down the track, maybe invite the punters to come up and play a tune. Maybe they should try that. Sort of an artist night.
I like it.
Invest back in the local artists. Maybe, Rosie, you could get your guitar out. Play us a tune. I mean, are you a guitarist or a drummer or
guitarist?
Guitarist,
Yeah.
Awesome. Acoustic, or are you more an axe man, a sort of electric sort of operator?
I've got a Fender.
A Fender,
Yeah,
Fender Stratocaster.
I have. Yes.
Oh.
But, I play very poorly.
Yes. And what sort of tunes do you prefer to play? Are you a sort of a Bon Jovi sort of operator?
I
or
don't mind a bit of Jovi, but
Yeah.
probably not for me to play. It's more on my Spotify mix.
or Metallica? Do you try and go something a bit heavier?
No, I'm a blues slide guitarist.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've learned something new about you today, Rosie.
A very bad blues slide guitarist.
You know what? You could tell me you're fantastic and I wouldn't know the difference.
Okay, I'm fantastic. Okay, looks like we're underway here, which must be a relief to you all.
Great news. So we're underway.
This is the Schoolgirl Year 9-10 B Coxed Quad final over 1,500 metres. In lane 1, we have Nord Moriata High. Lane 2, Pembroke. Lane 3, Seymour. Lane 4, Unley High. Lane 5, Loretto. Lane 6, Wolford. Lane 7, Wilderness. And across the lake in lane 8, we have Adelaide High. They're about, we're probably about a third of the way through the race now, and it appears that maybe it's the Loretto crew in lane 5 have got out to a bit of a lead, although hot on their tails are Wolford in 6 and Wilderness in 7. And it looks like also a strong showing from the Unley crew in lane 4. I'm just worried the cameraman is not showing us, like in the previous race, the
outside lane.
And we got exposed a bit there. But I'm pretty confident that our leader is Loretto in lane 5, with Wolford, their nearest competitor. Well, there we go. There's the outside lane. Thank you for all. We've got a close-up of them now. That's
no problems there. We've found lane 8.
We've found lane 8, and they're going all right too, lane 8. That's the Adelaide High girls. They are certainly in this.
But I think you're right there, Rosie, that Loretto crew going very, very nicely in lane 5, and that is Eliza Hogg, Lucy Hoskins, Fitzy Fitzgerald, Charlotte Kernahan, Coxed by Bell. Very, very capable crew. Rating nicely, looking very comfortable. They may be considering lifting the rating, getting up against their Lakes Hotel. That's sort of really where you start to think about, the finish line's not too far away, so let's bring into the final run and really execute with excellence.
So 300 metres to go now, and it is this Loretto crew with a handy but not
massive
lead over there's a strong showing from the Wolford crew in lane 6, who actually look to have gained a little bit of water on the Loretto girls over the last 100 metres or so. And then I think we are across to lane 8 and the Adelaide High crew, with Wilderness between those crews, and lane 7 also forward in the racing.
Yeah, so it looks like that Loretto crew is a couple of boat lengths out now. Really rowing nicely, quite strong. They're not rating over the top, just looking very comfortable.
Have you got a rating there for us?
You know what, Rosie, I haven't. I've been a bit lax around that, so let me just jump on that for you. I'll just get this sort of app working. It's not precise. There is a little bit of human error in this, but I'm going to say it's around 34 strokes a minute. Great blade work, nice reach.
So coming down with about 100 metres to go now, it is this Loretto crew in lane 5, who are out by about a boat and a half over Wolford. It's a close battle for third here between Adelaide High, who currently hold that position, but it looks like Wilderness are having a last-ditch crack at them to try and sneak up onto the podium. So with about 50 metres to go, indeed, Loretto Crew are going to win this race by 2 boat lengths from Walford.
Well done, Loretto.
Who are a further 2 boat lengths ahead of... Oh, this is going to be close, but it looks like Seymour, or is it Wilderness, sorry? Wilderness have just come over the top of...
Seymour third.
No, that's Wilderness.
Oh, that's Wilderness.
Yeah, it looks like Wilderness have come third, just getting over the top of a brave Adelaide High crew. And so there are your positions: Loretto, Walford, Wilderness, Adelaide.
With Unley High just coming up on the line now.
Unley High coming up now, and I wonder if there may have been a problem with 1 or 2 of the other boats.
So that is race 65 run and done. Moving on to race 66 now.
Which is the Schoolgirl Year 9-10A Coxed Quad B final. There's 3 starters in this. Adelaide High, Nord, Moriata in lane 5, and the Scotchies are over in lane 6.
And the barge is coming back with some officials. They don't look like they've worked that hard today. They look very relaxed.
No, they seem to have had quite an easy ride. So the second last race on the card today, this B final for the Year 9-10 Coxed Quads.
This would be the penultimate race, wouldn't it?
This is the penultimate race.
Fantastic. It looks like a very close race. I mean, that is very hard to pick the crews as they come up to the lakes.
Well, I'm actually... There's only supposed to be 3 crews in this race, and the race that I'm looking at has 6 crews in it. So I wonder...
Put them all together, you reckon?
I wonder if they've...
Moved race 67 up. Ooh.
Here, we believe that the race approaching us now may actually be the A final for the Year 9-10 Coxed Quads, with Walford in lane 2, Unley High lane 3, Pembroke in 4, Loretto 5, Wilderness 6, and St. Peter's in 7. If that is the case, it looks like the Loretto crew are out in front in that 5th lane from Pembroke.
Wildy. I think Wildy's on their outside. With St. Peter's far outside. No?
St. Peter's, Wildy.
That's definitely Loretto in 5. So Lang Deans, Rosenbauer, Colberg.
That's definitely
Pembroke. Okay,
yeah.
Great. So we're away now.
So this is the A final for the Schoolgirl 9-10 Coxed Quads, and with about 100 metres to go, it's a closely run affair with Loretto out in front, the Loretto crew of Lang, Deans, Rosenbauer, Colberg, with Emily Dagus on the horn, giving them the what's up. And
what a race this is. This is down to the wire. The girls are really lifting now. Who is going to get the Chocky Biscuits? Is it Loretto or is it going to be Pembroke? It's neck and neck. They're really going to have to come to the line here to sort of call it Loretto, Pembroke, Pembroke, Loretto. Who's going to get there? It's very, very close. It's right on the line. We're watching from where we are. It's neck and neck. Wowee, this is great racing. Loretto gets the win. Stop it. Well, we've called it, Rosie, because we're taking it because it's our event. So get around us.
So that's probably the closest finish of the day, where 50 metres out, I think it was the Wilderness Crew, was it?
Yeah.
Sorry, it was a bit confusing there. They jumped races on it, but it looked like the Wilderness Crew were ahead by half a boat length about 50 metres out, and the Loretto Crew closed on them and got them by the finest of margins on the line.
And that's why we don't do this regularly enough. And I would think that with a bit more practice, gee whiz, we could be fantastic at this, Rosie.
And so that leaves the final race. Looks like it's the B final coming through with, and it is with Adelaide High, Nord Moriata and Scotch College. And it looks like Nord Moriata are all over this one, with Scotch on their outside in second and Adelaide High back in third.
So that was just the completion of race 66 with the Scotch College Crew just coming across the line in third. That's Clark Edwards, Katsaris Teat, Tilly Jeffries in Cox. Well done, Scotch.
Okay, so sorry for the confusion, but it appears that we are now on to race 67. So this is now the Year 9 10A Coxed Quad A final, we believe. And with about 300 metres to go, it looks like Loretto out in front of Wilderness and Pembroke not too far behind those two boats.
So the Loretto Crew of Lang Deans, Rosenbauer, Kohlberg, Coxby, Dagus, and they look fantastic at the moment. A boat length in front from that Wilderness Crew.
So we should give a shout out to what we believe the Loretto Crew that won the exciting race 2 races ago was actually Eliza Hogg, Lucy Hoskins, Fitzgerald, Charlotte Kernahan, and Bill on the horn.
So just switching gears back to race 67, and that Loretto Crew just edging away from that Wilderness Crew on the outside. Tracking beautifully. Lang Deans, Rosenbauer, Kohlberg. Dagus in the Cox seat, sitting nice and low, directing traffic. Just indicating to the girls, I reckon you're tracking nicely here.
I think she's asked them just to give it one last push here, because there's been a brave comeback by Wilderness here, who are really throwing it at Loretto. But under Emily Dagus's orders, this Loretto Crew was pulled away. They've won by a boat and a half to Wilderness. Coming in third, I expect, will be the Pembroke Crew, probably 3 or 4 boat lengths behind Wilderness.
Unley High coming up into 5th. And then the St Peter's Girls Crew, Upton Oaks, Ryan and Rashudo on the outside. finishing off very, very nicely. Well done, Loretto, again. That's another win for the Loretto crew. Just checking that Loretto crew was Lang Deans, Rosenbauer and Kohlberg.
Correct.
Just checking. And Emily Dagus directing traffic beautifully. So, well done, Loretto.
Well, that brings us to the completion of today's rowing regatta. Thank you all for joining us here today in what's been a great day's racing. Thanks, mate.
Well, thank you, Rosie, for doing such a wonderful job. And I think that's over and out. All the best.
Thank you very much. Bye.